Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle.
Morning. Hi, everybody. It is the Brock and Salk Show. Seattle Sports here on 710, seattlesports.com, Seattle Sports app, all the podcast platforms, plus 97.3 HD number 2, and YouTube, all places you can find us and enjoy the show and hang out with us. I mean, virtually. Don't actually hang out with us. That'd be kind of weird. All right, well, we got a ton. Today is one of those days. It's a Monday after an incredibly busy weekend. Moore is obviously going to take us through the whole thing at 6:30. It sounds like Gray Zabel, Seahawks guard, is going to join us at 7:30 this morning. We're ready for that? I think so. And then I think at 8:30, my friend Albert Breer is going to come in studio, and we'll see how long he stays. I'm sure he'll be here till at least 9. Wouldn't shock me if it's 9:30. Because he's here. What the hell else are they going to do? I'm not like they're going to kick him out at 9 o'clock. Like, get out of here, Bert. Practice doesn't start till 1 o'clock, something like that. So he's in town to hang out, see the Seahawks, and go to practice today. So we'll bring him in studio and chat with Bert for however long we can keep him. I don't know. We'll again, like Odysseus, maybe he'll be stuck here for 7 years.
Maybe you can keep him here for the Seahawks Jaguars Week 6 recap.
Oh, who wouldn't want to be here for that at 9:30? So yeah, like Calypso, perhaps we'll keep him here. I just a quick aside before we dig into I went to Seahawks practice yesterday, and obviously the Mariners weekend, which is not quite simple, even though it looked like it was about to be. Just real quick, a great weekend. Avery and I'm sorry, Cecily and Heather were out of town. So it's just me and Avery all weekend. And we spent a ton of time. We were watching Christopher Nolan movies after loving The Odyssey last weekend. We watched Interstellar on Saturday and Inception yesterday. Have you ever seen Interstellar? I've never seen it.
Yeah.
Man, the father-daughter stuff is super intense. It was a little dusty in the Salk household. Watching with my daughter on Saturday night. I'd never seen it. It's 2014, so it's old. Anyway, there's a point to my story. So it was like a lot of father-daughter bonding time. But on Saturday, before we watched the movie, Avery, who's going to be in high school next year, went down to Bite of Seattle and spent a couple hours down there with a friend of hers in Seattle Center, hanging out and trying the food. There was some banana yogurt or banana pudding rather that she wanted, which is one of my favorite things. So obviously I was in full support of her going down to try to find the banana pudding. Line was too long, couldn't get it, but had a great time just hanging out with her friend down in Seattle Center at Bite of Seattle. So last night as I'm getting ready to go to bed, you can imagine my shock and interest in the story when I saw that there had been a bunch of 7 people shot. Turns out 3 of them, it looks like, have now died at a shooting in Seattle Center at Bite of Seattle. And it's just awful. It's just awful. I mean, seeing this stuff in our community look, I've been at Bite of Seattle. I'm under no illusions. I know that there can be an element at that event that can, I don't know. I don't want to say ruin it, but can certainly mar it. And then yesterday, it went so far beyond that it's difficult to even really talk about. So, I don't know. I feel great sadness and sympathy for the victims and their families. I feel great sadness that this stuff happened so close to us here in Seattle. I feel great sadness that as soon as there's a moment like this, people on both sides of the political spectrum spend the next few minutes, the next few hours, the next few days hoping that the story fits their narrative of the world, and then essentially looking at all of the different ways in which they can try to force it into that narrative, into that story. And it's just sad, man. The whole thing just sucks. So I feel really, really bad. Anyway, I don't want to spend all morning on it. If you want coverage of that, obviously our sister station, 97.3 Cairo News Radio, is the place for that. So we're not going to spend the morning on it. But I'm just letting you guys know it's heavy on my mind this morning and maybe hit a little closer to home for me because of, a day earlier And Avery's down there for that. And I'm one of those parents freaking out, wondering where my kid is and can I get in touch with them? And, are they okay? Are they running through the streets terrified? And what's the traumatic effect of that? Not just for the victims, obviously, and their families, but for anybody else who witnesses something like that. So, all right, I promise. Rant over. That's not what you come here for. But it is our community. It is our city. And I just want to offer my thoughts and let you guys all know that I am thinking about that. That's on my mind. Speaking of narratives, and I'll move past that. It did look as if this weekend was going to fit very nicely and neatly into a simple narrative. It looked like the Mariners were about to get swept over the weekend. I know that's a fourth game today. It looked like it was just we were going to come in here today and start writing an epitaph. Right, like this thing's over. We're done. We're done here. I mean, at that point, it's 5 in a row. You lost at least 3 games to Texas. You look completely dead in doing so. Friday night was bad. Saturday was maybe worse. Sunday was looking like it was going to be more of the same. And this was going to be a really simple day of radio. Like, hey, guys, the Mariners stink and they got a problem, right? I mean, the narrative was written. It was easy. They fired their assistant hitting coach, and instead of alleviating the problem and waking everybody up, all it did was send them even further into the hole that they were already in. This was going to be an easy show. More came in. We were talking about it this morning. That's not the case. Dom Canzone, as big as the Cole Young home run was a week ago, he got to now circle in pencil, dotted line, the Dom Canzone home run to see if that's going to be the moment we all look back on and say, okay, they're not going to go quietly into the night. They are, as the line from Interstellar was, going to rage. Rage. Do not just go quietly. Rage against it. And so I don't know whether that's going to happen or not. I don't know what's going to happen tonight. Neither do you. Neither do they. Neither does anybody. I don't know what's going to happen when they go to L.A. and see the mighty Dodgers the next 3 days. But they win 3 out of those 4, and you come back here, you're like, oh, wait a minute. That was actually a decent road trip. And they lose 3 out of those 4, and we're going to be right back to that narrative conversation about, how this whole thing has completely gotten away from them. I don't know the truth of it. I really don't. I don't know where they're going to go. I don't know where they're at. I could tell you that while I watched Friday and Saturday, it was interesting. It was not some of the sloppy play that we've seen, poor decision-making. It was just listless. Tired. There was just nothing to it. Didn't do anything well. Wasn't sloppy. It was just listless. Tough word to say on the radio. Maybe it's one I'll stop saying. Let's stay away from that word. There's just too many S's in there. It was not good baseball because they didn't do much. They just were like there. And it's easy when you watch that to have that view like, dead ass team. Like just nothing there. Right? Like it's easy to come away and just assume like, okay, they've shut it down. They're done. They just don't have it. Might be true. We honestly don't know yet what direction this is going to go. They are still at that sort of tenuous breaking point where it could go in a couple of different directions for them, for Dan, for the Mariners, for Jerry, for the whole group. But showing up yesterday and grabbing a hold of their fate and dealing with it, getting some runners on base, hitting for power. You know how I feel about that. Hitting for power. Hugely important. Doubles, home runs. I don't know if you saw Jason Churchill's post yesterday, and he's absolutely right on. Like, what happened in the game? It wasn't that the Mariners, did better with runners in scoring position. They hit for pop. You hit home runs. Hit a 3-run home run. There's a good chance you're going to win. Add another home run. Add another double from Dom Canzone. Probably going to help you win games. Hit for power. By the way, Dom Canzone, breakout season, right? His batting average is 40 points lower than it was last year. 40 points lower, his batting average. And I know that there's been this whole batting average is back. No, you know what's still in style? Hit for freaking power. Hit home runs. Hit doubles. Move guys not just from first to third, but all the way around and let them score. And heck, let them walk in. It's pretty fun when Dom flips his bat in the air and the ball goes out of the ballpark. That was great. More of that. Hit home runs. Cal, Julio, 2 home run hitters. Be like Dom and Randy and hit the ball out of the ballpark. And I know you can't always try to do that in order to make it happen, but that's what you got to do. They got to hit for some power. Hit the damn ball hard. And they did yesterday, and that's why they won. And if they can do it again today, they'll probably beat Kumar Rocker and win again. And now all of a sudden, now you've split in Texas, and things look different. 605 might have it best from South Dakota. The Mariners aren't sleeping giants. Well, that's where I think you're wrong. I think they are still sleeping giants. But he says, or he or she says, they're asleep at the wheel and just hit the rumble strips. That'll either wake them up or drive them right off the cliff. You're absolutely right. They are right in that moment. They've hit the rumble strips. They've looked up. Now what? Are you going to turn the wheel sharply and get back on the road? Or are you going to go flying right off the cliff? It's up to them to decide. They got the wheel, man. They get to decide. So there you go. That's where the Mariners are at. Seahawks I was out there yesterday at practice, spending my weekend with Avery. She got out there, actually had a couple of observations. It was kind of fun to watch the game or the practice through the eyes of a 14-year-old who's not been out there all the time to watch that stuff. So that was pretty cool. We'll go through some of those this morning. As I said, Gray Zabel, Bert Breer. Stick around. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, home of Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Safety Nick Manwari on PUP to begin training camp. One thing I want to say about preseason PUP is it is not the PUP list to miss time during the season.
It could be something real simple. And they're like, all right, he's already in good shape. He's been to all of our stuff. It's not like he's going to get lots of reps during the preseason games. I'm hoping it's just being really, really cautious when it comes to Nick and Manwari.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg & Jones.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life sleep.
When you see this in your kitchen,
the stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
Hey, baseball fans, Rick Riz here. I'm excited to introduce you to my good friend Keith Dashafee, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Keith?
Thanks, Rick. At Pella Windows and Doors, we pride ourselves on delivering top-quality windows and doors that enhance the beauty and energy efficiency of your home. Our products are built to last with innovative designs and exceptional craftsmanship. Whether you're looking to upgrade your windows or install new doors, Pella has you covered.
That's fantastic, Keith. Don't wait. Schedule your free appointment today at PellaPNW.com.
Guys, I'll never forget the first time I saw somebody get results at our clinic. He was an 81-year-old man who hadn't been intimate with his wife in over 8 years. Viagra had stopped working for him, and he was desperate for help. After several treatments, he walked into my office and told me he couldn't believe the results. Needless to say, this was a very happy man. This man made me a believer in what we do. He had taken pills for years, but he had never fixed the problem. When he came to us, we fixed the problem. Our treatment does what no pill can do. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. Change your life today, like the thousands of men who already have.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy. With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Kenny here to help you get in on the sweet life with Cotton Candy 5-Hour Energy. It's that classic throwback cotton candy flavor, but with 0 sugar and a 5-hour energy boost. I keep these with me so I can tackle that sweet tooth with a tasty caffeine kick and no guilty sugary aftermath. Bring on the sweetness with Cotton Candy 5-Hour Energy Shots. Available online at 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon.
Progressive presents the Passionate Sports Fan Checklist. Signed jersey of your favorite bench warmer? Check. 14 bobbleheads that look nothing like the players they're emulating? Check. Twin TVs so you can watch the game on 2 different networks simultaneously? Check. Life-size wall sticker of your favorite player that routinely freaks you out at night? Check. A second life-size wall sticker so after the first one freaks you out, you see the second and you're like, oh right, the wall stickers. Check and mate. Bundle your renters and auto insurance with Progressive and save on protection for the things on your checklist. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers not available in all states or situations covered subject to policy terms.
Mariners and Rangers this morning in Texas. First pitch 11:35. Pre-game 10:30. Every pitch, every game, one app for free. The Seattle Sports app.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Fast Water Heater has spent the last 40 years becoming Seattle's go-to at one position, hot water. Dave Wyman here, and I always talk about how important versatility can be. At Fast Home Services, they've built versatility at every spot in your home's lineup, adding HVAC, plumbing, and electrical. That's Fast Home Services. Call 1-800-THINK-FAST to book your free in-home estimate, or visit fasthomeservices.com for a virtual quote in seconds. For water heaters, plumbing, HVAC, and electrical services.
When the heat's in 11, cool AC would be heaven.
DayandNight.net.
Stay cool this summer with a new AC or heat pump from Day and Night. And with installation, you'll get a free furnace.
Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Call us about installing a high-efficiency cooling system or servicing your existing one so you're cool when you need it.
Get a new AC or heat pump now from Day and Night to stay cool this summer. Plus, with installation, you'll get a free furnace.
DayandNight.net.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, no news, which is good news, and that describes first couple of days of Seahawks practice as the defending champs set about preparing for this season. No real surprise additions to the PUP list the last couple of days. That's all good news. It means some of those question marks like Torrey Horton, A.J. Barner, Elijah Arroyo, all out there and practicing. In fact, Mike McDonald specifically called those guys out.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, I'd say, I know Nick's getting a lot of attention as it probably should, but the guys that we had a kind of return to play program since the end of the season, all those guys are participating right now. They're all in their individual programs as they kind of ramp back into full go, but they're all doing great, in great spirits. And, it's great to see Torrey back out there. He's haven't seen 15 doing his thing in a minute, so that's great.
Yeah, that's actually one of the first things I noticed when I got there was him back there returning punts, and nice to see him out there. I don't think he did the team portion when they were actually playing 11-on-11 yesterday, but, yeah, great. It was just awesome to see this team back in action. Jackson Smith and Jigba, what's it like being back, but now as a champ?
You can feel the excitement. You can feel the energy, definitely. Having a great year is definitely awesome, and we want to repeat that, of course, but I think just coming in, there's been a new energy, just a kind of a fresh start and ready to get going, ready to take the next step, as a team and a new beginning, so to speak. So we're excited and we're juiced up to get it going.
I love that view, right? Again, a new beginning as opposed to just continuing what you did last year. You don't get to start at the end. You got to get all the way back to the beginning. No pads yesterday. I think probably in the last couple days probably reinforces that. Like this whole thing actually has to start over.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
The 2-0.
Swung on and destroyed. It is high. It is deep. It is gone. Dom Canzone, 3-run home run, and the Mariners have the lead. It is 4-3 in the 7th inning. That was the big swing the Mariners have been looking for. A no-doubt monster blast off the bat of Dom Canzone.
Man, that was loud. That is loud contact, and with that swing, Dom Canzone may have just saved the Mariners' season, or at least prolonged it. We'll see. I know it's still July. Long way to go, but losing the first 3 games in Texas would have been a real disaster. It would have been ugly. Losing 3 straight after firing the assistant hitting coach would have felt like, I don't know, player revolt or something. But instead, down 3-1, Canzone puts them ahead with that one swing, ended up adding a run on a Randy Arozarena home run, another run on a Canzone double. Again, not unlike the Cole Young shot from Saturday. You know, you do these things, you hit for power in big spots after you've got runners on base, and you can go on to win. They do 6-4 yesterday. Now they get a chance to at least split this series with a win later today. Actually, 11:35 this morning. George Kirby and Kumar Rocker in that one. It was a big win.
Yeah, I mean, I think, obviously it's, winning is what it's all about. I think, I know there's a ton of belief in that clubhouse, and we knew it was a matter of time, and today's great to get started, and we, we've got a lot more to do, and a lot more baseball to play, but it does feel good to really put some good ABs together today, and score some runs, and just get the W. I mean, and that's what this time of year is all about.
Yep, they do all of those things and have a chance to at least salvage this thing with Texas here. Split with Texas, no big deal, right? On the road, totally fine. Lose 3 out of 4, you don't want to be in that spot, especially because it means you've now probably lost the tiebreaker, I think, at that point to Texas. In case this thing ends in a tie at the end of the year, go out there and find a way to get it done today.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Meanwhile, Jerry DiPoto did speak to reporters Saturday about the firing of assistant hitting coach Bobby Magianis, which we talked about Thursday and Friday. Here's the quote from Jerry. To be honest with you, what led us here is our offense has been abysmal for 2 months. And we were one of the top offensive teams in the American League last year. Roughly since we were in Washington, we just stopped playing offense, and that's not Bobby's fault. Bobby's a wonderful person. I think he's a good coach. But we needed to stir up the content, try to offer something different than what we've been doing, because what we've been doing just simply hasn't been working. Obviously, change grabs attention. There are consequences to our results. We all feel the pressure of that. And he goes on to talk about why they made the move, and ends by saying it's not on Bobby, it's on me, it's on our organization, it's on our staff, our roster of players. For all of us, it just has to pick up. Look, I get the sentiment, and I appreciate Jerry taking some of that on himself. I think it's still just hard to hear. It wasn't his fault, but we needed to make a change for accountability's sake. Yeah, I think the problem is hold the people that need the accountability accountable. It feels like somebody who shouldn't necessarily be accountable for this is being held accountable for other people. And that, I don't know, it just doesn't sit quite right. That's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Let's see. I know people are still mad. The home run yesterday didn't knock people off of the narrative, nor should it. I mean, same. I'm still mad. And again, it's a simple day. If Dom doesn't hit the home run yesterday, you lose. And you're like, man, this team is just about to fade off into the night, and we can just kind of forget about them. And instead, they don't do that. Right? They give themselves a chance. The thing we know about this game is that it really can change on a dime. You remember how good the Marlins were when we were watching them a couple of weeks ago before the All-Star game? They've lost 12 straight games. Remember how bad the Red Sox were earlier this year? They just won 15 in a row. The Cubs have been up and down. The Phillies have been up and down. Teams go up and down. That is sort of the modern game. True for the Mariners as well. They've been down, more down than up so far this year, and they've been really frustrating. And I know that there are people who want me to pull a Lyle and declare the season over. And Salk, why are you still so positive? I'm not that positive. I'm pretty negative. I don't like the way they're playing at all. I hate it. But I also recognize what else I see around the league, and that I have no freaking idea what's going to happen next. I don't know. I don't know if they're going to win today and then win 2 out of 3 in L.A. Stuff like that happens in this game. I also have no idea if they're not going to lose the next 4 games and, walk themselves out of this. I just don't know. Neither do you, even though it's fun and easy to say, well, they stink and that's how it's going to go. Yeah, maybe. Maybe that's how it's going to go. I'm sure Red Sox fans were saying that a couple of weeks ago. Then they rolled off 15 straight. It's a weird game, man. Very unpredictable. I didn't see Florida losing 12 straight when we watched them right before the All-Star break. Man, that looks like a team that's going to go get to the World Series. They've lost 12 straight. They're awful. Can't win. Can't do anything. What a game, man. What a game. All right, if you missed anything this weekend, from baseball to golf to Seahawks back at training camp, Moore's got you covered. We'll go around the weekend next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, home of Wyman and Bob.
Cole Young, he just comes up clutch.
Afternoons 2 to 7.
Game's on the line. Say you're tired. 2 outs. Who do you want up at the plate right now? At this very moment after 100 games, who do you trust the most up there? For a young guy in his first full season, he's had some big moments already.
Cole Young's only 22, so it's really exciting for the future.
And by the way, the only player on this roster to play every single game.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
At Farmers, our honesty is contagious.
Wait, am I going to catch honesty?
Well, when you're with Farmers, it's kind of inevitable.
Well, how long does it take to... I lied to you when you asked if I knew what a deductible was. I don't know my dad's birthday, and I thought umbrella policies were for rainstorms. Actual rainstorms. I have it, don't I?
You don't just have honesty.
You have Farmers. Bum, ba, bum, 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 bum.
Learn more at farmers.com. Underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or Affiliate. Products not available in every state.
My goal is what's best for the customer. I truly believe that. I won't ever deviate from that.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Olympic Hot Tub has terrific ways to achieve total wellness at home. Saltwater hot tubs, swim spas, saunas, and cold plunges, all waiting for you. See our current specials with exciting savings at olympichottub.com. Better you, better life.
A perfect game by a Seattle Mariner. It was done by the King.
50 seasons, 50 legends, one unforgettable night. Join the Mariners Saturday, August 8th for 50 season celebration night at T-Mobile Park, presented by Daktronics.
The Mariners are going to play for the American League Championship.
Before the team takes on the Rays, arrive early for the most epic pregame ceremony in Mariners history. You'll witness the biggest gathering of franchise icons ever assembled as the 50 greatest Mariners from across all 5 decades are revealed. From Griffey to the big unit, from Ichiro to Nelson Cruz, and every legend in between, you don't want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime event.
Junior with a 2-run home run.
Everybody is going bonkers here in the Kingdom. Seats are going fast. Get yours at mariners.com/tickets.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a time out to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They're not just window and door experts. They're experts at taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they find the products that meet your needs and their experts install them. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Discover why Pella is a trusted choice for homeowners everywhere. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. That's Pella.com/Eisen.
Need a heavy lift? Levitt Machinery is now your Taylor lift equipment dealer in Washington and Oregon. Engineered for extreme duty durability, Taylors are designed for demanding environments with uptime built into every machine. When the work is tough, Taylor delivers. And now backed by Levitt Machinery in the Pacific Northwest. LevittMachinery.com. Give us a call today. Stack it, reach it, lift it, Levitt.
Mariners and Rangers this morning in Texas. First pitch 11:35. Pre-game 10:30. Every pitch, every game, one app for free. The Seattle Sports app.
After years of football and the injuries that go with it, my first thought was always go get surgery. Hey, it's Dave Wyman, but after a consultation with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine, my eyes were open to an alternative to surgery, and I'm talking about stem cell therapy. Well, and my buddy and co-host Bob Stelton, also in pain, and decided to go see Dr. Wagner.
I had a hip issue from 14 years of jiu-jitsu.
How's the pain now?
Everything I did before, I can do just as well. Hitting the heavy bag, sparring, rolling, all of that is back in play. This whole thing has been such a pleasant surprise because I really was of the mindset, I'm going to have to go under the knife. I'm going to have to get surgery. And this really saved me from that. I could not be happier with the results.
Whether it's a hip like Bob had, a shoulder, a knee, a wrist, an ankle, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine.
Do it. You will not regret it.
Hey, get the facts, hear from all the patients I've talked to, and schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to cars4kids.org now or call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, I appreciate the upbeat music. We need it today. Thank you, Real Big Fish. Yep, that's who that is. All right, Maura, I was busy this weekend. I told you I was hanging out with my daughter, Avery. We had a little one-on-one bonding time all weekend long, watching Christopher Nolan movies and hanging out, and went to practice together yesterday. So what did we miss?
Yeah, well, I went to Seahawks practice on Saturday, so I went the day before you. And I feel like there was a little bit of a reversal there as far as what they focused on, but
I heard that
it was all run game on Saturday.
I heard the offense had a really good day on Saturday because I felt like the defense had a much better day yesterday. When I said that to someone, they were like, yeah, it's crazy because the offense kind of was much better the day before. Did you feel that? Did you feel like the offense was a little better?
I would feel like some of that is because it felt like they were hardly passing. It was focused on the run game, and when you can't tackle, like running backs look great. I feel like
I don't know. The running game didn't look great yesterday.
Okay. Well, yeah, I would say, and it was similar to minicamp with Helani getting the first carry, and then he and Price kind of rotating with the ones after that. But yeah, there were hardly any deep ball throws. I would say I would say not much passing at all. Jalen Milroe had a little bit of a rough day on the few passes that he did throw, not many completions, but as is the nature when there's no hitting, the running backs looked pretty good, or at least I thought. I guess
wow,
I guess
running
on
backs
Sunday.
are incredible.
There was a stretch when I think I saw Emmanuel Wilson, Velus Jones, and Jacardia Wright all break free for touchdowns pretty much back to back. But I still think Jadarian Price stood out. He had another nice grab on a tough catch that he had to reach for and bring in with his fingertips, which you love to see since that's kind of the question mark for him.
That's the knock. That's the question mark.
And that one was definitely, not right in the basket for him. He also always seems to be emerging from a pile of guys in the middle. So that's something that I'm eager to see if he can continue once there's actually hitting and pads on. Yeah.
I'll tell you, it's interesting. He did not jump out to me as much as I watched. Not that he was bad, I will say, and I know you get annoyed when I talk about the number 8 looks horrific.
Not annoyed. I just don't.
It's horrific.
I don't see it. I don't know.
You don't think the number 8 looks weird on it? It looks so weird. Like it just. I hate it. I hate that he's wearing that number. But whatever. After that, the guy who stands out is Emmanuel Wilson, man. Every time I see him, he stood out a little bit when we went to minicamp. He stood out a lot yesterday.
Yeah, I didn't notice him at all.
Oh, man. Every time he touched the ball, I was like, oh, who's that? Oh, that's Emmanuel Wilson again. Like, he looked explosive. He's physical.
Nice. He's a guy we haven't talked about pretty much at all.
No, and I don't know what kind of a role he's going to play, especially if and when Charbonnet comes back, right? They're sort of a little bit more similar in terms of being those physical power backs, but he was definitely the guy that stood out to me in the running back world.
It's a good problem to have some depth at running back, because I think as we've seen over the years, it's a position where there's always going to be injuries. So I love to hear that.
And that's sort of who they are in general, right? Like their running back room kind of mirrors some of the other rooms. I don't know if there's a star in there. I don't even know if there's a starter in there. But I saw like 4 or 5 guys that all looked perfectly capable of being NFL running backs. Weird. That's very, very much the way this team is built, with a couple of big stars, obviously.
That's a good point. The Hard Knocks cameras were hard to miss. I don't know.
There's a few of those.
Yeah. It wasn't like quite as overwhelming as I thought it would be, but the boom mics definitely draw attention to them. You're not used to seeing that.
Yeah.
And apparently, from what I heard, they've also installed robotic cameras in team meeting rooms and coaches' office, which is kind of a cool idea, so that they can get more candid footage and not have it feel so intrusive, or like maybe make guys nervous so they wouldn't act the way that they normally would.
Cool.
So yeah, I'm pretty excited. We've got the first episode next Tuesday, I think.
I'm ready for that, man. I can't wait. Like I just got a text actually from a friend of mine. Like, man, I can't wait to hear what you have to say with Hard Knocks at your, watching your teams. Like, yeah, actually, I can't wait. Also, I can't wait to know what I'm going to say. Also. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, like, look, like everybody got into Hard Knocks when it first came out. Well, it's like 20 years ago now. Last few years, I don't really care. Like, it's like, okay, I've seen this now 15 times, 20 times. Like, I don't need to keep seeing it.
Same. I kind of tapered off.
Although that's why I got into the Giants one, because it was off season and it was different. It's like, okay, well, this is new. But, like, actually digging into the team that you're talking about every day, it's awesome. Can't wait.
Being able to match up some of the stuff that you've seen out there with what they're showing, maybe get some more behind-the-scenes stories of how.
Yes,
it's awesome.
Yeah, I can't wait.
I should have started at the beginning. When the players come out from the building and they have fans lining the gate there and they cheer them on. It was interesting to notice like who got the big. Jackson Smith-Njigba, I thought, definitely got the biggest applause.
Yeah. Defensive Player of the Year, Jackson's.
Yes, exactly.
Just checking.
And then I was talking to Jen Mueller about it. We definitely thought Devin Witherspoon got a pretty big round of applause too, but she said AJ Barner. And it's interesting to see how he's become kind of.
You think some of that is like heading back to the parade and.
Yeah, like he had like what kind of almost a costume on for the parade. He's
he was
a
like
little
the
bit of a
parade
character.
guy.
Yeah. I think he's kind of the fun. Well, I mean, Luke Wilson before him.
Yep.
Kind of like the quirky fun.
Did you see the video of them all being greeted by the goat when they first arrived at camp on Friday? I like that. I enjoyed the shots of what was the goat's name? Butterball or something? I forget.
I don't know.
It was cute.
I was kind of disappointed that
goat.
they didn't involve Gray Zabel though. Like he's a farm guy.
It's true.
I wanted to see what he would do.
Yeah. It looked like it peed all over Brady Russell.
Yeah. He kind of called it before he picked it up.
Is this thing going to pee? Oh, yeah, it did. It peed on me. Great. Thanks. Thanks for having your goat pee on me. Media team or social media team.
I love the creativity with the things they throw at these
They're
guys,
good.
So,
They do some really good stuff. I would agree.
Let's see. I definitely noticed that the intensity was up a notch from minicamp. They're not allowed to hit yet, and I don't think anyone was breaking those rules.
Mm-hmm.
But you just saw like a little more bodies running into each other, a little more physical contact. I think at one point, and I don't think it was on purpose, Elijah Arroyo knocked down Uchenna Nwosu on a play. I think they kind of ran into each other.
Yesterday was Josh Jobe, I think, and AJ Barner. Jobe. A little farther than you're probably supposed. I mean, it wasn't like, oh my God, they're going to get fined. I don't think he did it on purpose, but it was like, oh, all right. Well, I don't think you're supposed to do that, Josh.
Yeah, you could tell these guys like can't wait to get the pads on, and I love to see that. Julian Love broke up a pass from Sam Darnold to Elijah Arroyo on the first down of a series, and the defense acted as if they just won an NFL game. It was great just to see how excited they get. And then, I mean, Julian Love talking after practice yesterday. I just love listening to him. He has such good insight. But I liked this. He talked about, it's funny that a lot of the questions were actually with so much of your team still intact, and the fact that you guys still have so much of your team intact when the national narrative is like, oh, you lost all these people. But he was talking about having so much of the same group, but, you know, with some new faces, whether they want to change some of the, like, mantras they had last year, like the MOB and all of that. And I thought this was interesting.
Good question. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of us back. The 30% of the team's new, 70% is back. I think the idea is like kind of the mob stuff, kind of the ideas of those pillars we had last year. It's like, okay, do we want to create new ones? Do we want to have that same kind of umbrella, but really think about differently about what makes it up, who we are in this current day? And so to make sure that I think the leadership is like, okay, I think we want to shape this thing and learn and start from ground, from ground level, and incorporate everybody along. It stinks to be an outsider when you feel like everyone else is a friend group and a clique, and we are doing everything to avoid that. We're building it all from this whole unit. Everyone's going to be incorporated into how we build things, and it's a conscious choice. It could be real easy to be like, let's keep on going what we did last year, the same theme, same whatever. But we're dialed into just building it up how we want to build up for this year.
What a great piece of sound that is.
Yeah. I just love how much thought goes into it, because I think he's right. I think most teams would be like, it's not broke. We won the Super Bowl last year. This is our mantra. This is our mentality. And they went as far as to think, hey, these rookies or these new guys on the team might not feel like this is their identity. They might not feel like they were a part of creating it, and we want them to.
Well, I'll go farther than that. I mean, I'm right there with you. That's all amazing. I just think back about the LOB and like all of the rookies that came in afterwards and were in awe of those guys, and they never really figured out a way to deal with it. Yeah.
That's a good point.
This is how you deal with it.
We always heard that, and we always heard more that it was that they grew up watching those guys, but there may have been a feeling of like, you're not a part of this.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure there was. I'm sure there was that feeling. Hard group to break into.
I think Mike McDonald has created an environment where he wants people having these conversations. I think the walk and talks that just he's always looking for different ways to grow, and I love how introspective the entire team is because of it.
Great point.
That's kind of my observation from practice. Did you have any you wanted to throw in? Since
I'll get into it more. I think at 8, I'll go through a few more, but it was fun to just be out there, just the vibe. I will say, and I have it, the vibe is very different than it was 10 years ago. For sure. Even coming off a Super Bowl. It is not as lively. It is not as loud. It is not as jovial. Like, it's just a different...
Do you think the fans are kind of taking on the identity of this team a little more?
A little bit.
More so than the LOB era?
A little bit. Yeah. Not a bad thing. Yeah, but it definitely is more like, yeah, fun day in the sun, as opposed to like... people going crazy for everything that was going on out there. It was fun. I enjoyed it.
All right, well, we'll get into a little...
I wanted to make sure, Maury, you had enough time for all the other things going on this weekend.
Thank you. Yeah, well, we'll get into some Mariners, but also interesting kind of development here that we haven't talked about yet. Did you hear about 49ers coach Kyle Shanahan's
weird story.
Yeah,
Very weird story.
The team just announced over the weekend that he was in a car accident in Palo Alto, California on July 14th that left him with a broken nose, broken hand, multiple ribs. He also sustained a severe concussion, apparently received over 40 stitches. So he's had to step away from the team while he recovers. Mm-hmm. This was General Manager John Lynch on how they move forward.
Kyle is doing good. He's got some bumps and bruises. He did suffer a concussion in the accident, has some lingering effects from that concussion. You know, we're kind of treating this. We don't have a protocol for staff members when it comes to concussions, but we do with players, and it's become very helpful. So Kyle basically is going to be like in the protocol, and we're going to let the condition, the doctors dictate how he comes back, when he comes back. He's been in the building, so we've seen him. He's, it's kind of like we do with our players, a phased back approach. Number one for Kyle and the Shanahan family is getting him back right. He's a tremendous head coach, but this is bigger than that. This is about his well-being.
Yeah, I mean, let's start at the beginning here. I think as football fans and sports fans, when we hear that somebody's been in a car accident, we immediately jump to, oh, was there drugs and alcohol involved?
Yes, there was no suspicion of impairment in this case. We should say that.
Yeah, and that becomes really important. First, because of, hey, like, maybe he just did nothing wrong. Sometimes people just get hit in a car accident. Like, it happens. It has nothing to do with drugs, alcohol, reckless driving, but we are, I think, in the media and just as football fans, sports fans, I think we're kind of accustomed to that. And so our immediate assumption is skepticism when we hear that somebody has been in a car accident. There is a bit of a automatic reflex to be like, all right, what'd they do wrong? It sounds like, at least for now, that in this case, there is none of that. Then you get into the second part of this story, which is that it wasn't reported for a while, even though it sounds like a bunch of the reporters knew that this had happened, but weren't reporting it until... And that is a little odd. I don't know what happened there or why it's happening. It does sound like maybe they were just trying to avoid that idea that something, that there was an improprietary thing, right? Something inappropriate that had happened, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And so by waiting, maybe they allow the team, I don't know, but it is odd. And then it's leading to like civil war amongst all these reporters, the local reporters, and then Florio's been deeply involved. And I saw Don Van Natta getting into it. Like, man, everybody is mad over how to handle something like this.
I hadn't seen all that.
Oh, it's a whole thing. Go read through Florio, Van Natta, a couple others. Yeah, it's because I only get what I'm following. So the people that I follow are all like involved and invested in this.
So they're just arguing over
what's appropriate to report and whether or not it's appropriate to hold that story in deference to the team. It's a fair question. I don't really know the answer or all the details, but it is a fair question.
Yeah. What a weird story. Well,
we could ask Breer when he gets in here at 8:30.
Oh, yeah. Chris Forrester is their assistant coach, and he is going to be stepping in the meantime. But, even though it's a rival, obviously, we wish Kyle Shanahan the best, and hopefully he's in.
Absolutely.
All right, we'll get into some Mariners here. Friday, Wyatt Langford got the Rangers on the board first with a home run off of Bryce Miller in the bottom of the first. A Wes Wilson RBI single tied it in the second. Miller gave up another home run, this time a 2-run shot in the fourth. The Mariners were able to tie it up again in the next inning on a Dom Canzone double, but unfortunately Miller's struggles continued in the sixth. When Bizzardo came in to relieve him, the Rangers took a 5-3 lead on a single and a sac bunt. Colt Emerson did manage a double and scored on a wild pitch in the ninth, but this one would end 5-4 Rangers.
Yep. Oh, do you need me to comment more than that?
I didn't expect much. We haven't seen a lot of struggles from Bryce Miller so far this season.
Well, except for his last, 3 starts now, right? I mean, it started off so well. I think it's 3 in a row where he really hasn't pitched all that well. Maybe they need to go back to the piggy bag.
Oh, no. Don't say that. All right, Saturday, the Mariners only had 5 hits and went 0 for 1 with runners in scoring position as Nathan Eovaldi tossed 7 innings, only giving up 3 hits and 1 run while striking out 8. Brian Woo's road struggles continued as he went 5 innings, giving up 9 hits and 5 earned runs. Per ESPN, Texas scored 4 times in innings when the first 2 batters were retired.
That's not good.
Not ideal. J.P. Crawford was 2 for 3 with an RBI in his return from his wrist injury. So,
yeah, JP seemed to help for sure. I mean, look, JP gets on base and he kind of does these things and just comes up with moments that you kind of need. So that was good to see. But Saturday was the problem day. Like Friday, okay, fine, you lose a close game, whatever. Yesterday, obviously, you come back to win, and we'll talk about that one in a moment. But Saturday is the day you're like, geez, there might be a problem. There might be a real problem here. Saturday was concerning. So to bounce back and find a way to win yesterday, obviously, should alleviate some of that concern, but not all of it. Like, Saturday was concerning. Like, man, showing up and looking like that today, ugh.
So how much are you going to judge today's game? How?
I mean, you hate to put too much on one baseball game out of 162, but
it feels important.
It feels pretty damn important. The difference between splitting in Texas and losing 3 out of 4 is, as we are about to enter August, a pretty big difference.
Yes.
A really big difference. Look, if they lose today, is the season over? No. but a win today would sure feel a lot better than a loss. I mean, it is a big, big difference.
Yes. Well, yeah, as you mentioned yesterday, an Ezekiel Duran sack fly drove in a run in the first to give the Rangers a lead. Julio had an RBI single that tied it up in the third. Things got shaky for Logan Gilbert in the fourth. Weird one where Nimmo reached first on a comebacker that Gilbert kicked off his foot and then fell, attempting to head to first with it. Then he walked Berger and gave up a pair of singles to give the Rangers a 3-1 lead. But Dom Canzone hit that 3-run bomb in the top of the seventh that we've talked so much about to give the Mariners a 1-run lead. And then Randy Arozarena did this right after.
Here's the pitch, swung on. That is blasted right center field. It's high, it's deep, it is gone! Back-to-back blast! That one into the Rangers bullpen. First Dom Canzone, and now Randy Arozarena. It's 5-3 Mariners.
A solo shot for the Rangers off of Bizzardo in the eighth made things a little too close for comfort, but Canzone again with an RBI double in the top of the ninth extended that lead to 6-4. And then I thought Andres Munoz looked unhittable to close it out and give the Mariners a chance.
He has recently looked unhittable. I mean, since he went through that phase where he looked bad, he's looked great. I mean, that's sort of what good closers do when they go through a bad stretch. They come back to their incredible stuff, which he has, and it's been really great ever since. Yeah, I just keep saying it. It's an enormous, enormous win for them yesterday. It completely changes not the way you feel about the team in general, but the reality of the situation. Not the narrative of the situation, but the reality.
Well, and I think they even said after I would have to go look at. I know Daniel Kramer had a quote from someone who said it was a huge relief for them.
I would hope so.
You talked about the team feeling listless the first couple of games. It felt like they needed it too.
I think everyone needed it. They needed it in terms of the schedule, the standings, where you were at after the hitting coach thing, all of it. All of it. They needed a win yesterday for all of those reasons and maybe more. Now, again, get Cal going and things maybe change a little bit.
You love to get that help from Dom Canzone, but eventually it's going to need to be guys other than Dom Canzone and Cole Young.
I have this for later, but we'll come back to this later. I'm going to read you something from Bob Nightingale this morning. It's going to blow your mind. Well, maybe not, but Mariners catcher Cal Raleigh produced the 10th season of at least 60 home runs last year, as you know, and had a 948 OPS, okay? This year, Raleigh has 10 home runs and a 569 OPS. The fewest number of home runs immediately following a 60 home run season. How many do you think it is? What do you think is the fewest home runs that's been hit by a player the year after they hit 60?
I'm going to go 30.
32. Very close. Mark McGwire hit 32 home runs in 2000. Roided out of his mind in all likelihood. The lowest OPS following a 60 home run season is 840. Roger Maris in 1962.
Wow.
Cal on pace for what? 25 home runs? Maybe?
Yeah.
Less than that, actually. How many does he have? What did we just say? He has 10. I mean, he's on pace for 17, 18 home runs. Fewer than 20. You want to know why we're sitting here having these conversations? Because the guy who hit 60 last year is on pace for 17. There's your conversation right there. That is a trip around the weekend. Thank you, Maura. Much appreciated. It was a busy weekend. It was there was a lot going on. And looking forward to talking about all of it. Brock's going to be in next. Gray Zabel at 7:30. Albert Breer in studio at 8:30, I think. I haven't heard from him. I hope he's up. We had a very quick text exchange about this yesterday, so hopefully he's here. I don't know what's going to happen at 8:30. Otherwise, it'll be chaos here in the studio. Stick around. It's Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, home of Wyman and Bob.
Cole Young, he just comes up clutch.
Afternoons 2 to 7.
Game's on the line. Say you're tied. 2 outs. Who do you want up at the plate right now? At this very moment after 100 games, who do you trust the most up there? For a young guy in his first full season, he's had some big moments already.
Cole Young's only 22, so it's really exciting for the future.
And by the way, the only player on this roster to play every single game.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Progressive knows you could have easily taken the freeway, but you took the scenic route to see a waterfall and an oddly busy boiled peanut stand. Discovering the unexpected is exactly why you bought an RV, so protect it with a bundle from Progressive. Because although you may be 3 hours behind schedule, you're 6 jars of jam richer and possibly enrolled in a butter-churning workshop. Switch to Progressive and protect your RV, boat, or motorcycle by bundling with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
How would you like to invest in the Seattle real estate market, one of the hottest and most stable regions in the country, and achieve a great rate of return on your investment without the effort of sourcing a deal, the expense and time of building permits, or all the hassles that come with being a landlord? Hi, I'm Scott Rureka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with zero investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Invest in the stability and ease of Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund. Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
Michael is in his 70s, and he was dealing with an injury.
I had tears in my rotator cuff. Just the discomfort of going about everyday life. Day-to-day things were not comfortable or almost impossible, but just being inactive was troubling.
He was in a great deal of pain.
I started trying to learn how to brush my teeth with my left hand, and you can't do it. It was ridiculous.
Searching for answers, Michael found Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine, where he underwent stem cell therapy.
You know, I played basketball Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and so I'm getting my shot back. It's not back to where it was, but hey, before I couldn't even do anything. So 100% improvement of what it was.
Wow, that's great to hear. Would you recommend stem cell therapy to others?
I can share without a doubt that it helped me, and I'm grateful for that.
Whether it's a shoulder, hip, or knee, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Olympic Hot Tub has more ways than ever to achieve total wellness at home. Immerse yourself in a saltwater hot spring spa and let jets melt stress away. Enjoy a refreshing swim in an endless pool swim spa. Retreat to healing warmth and detox in a Tilo sauna. Then awaken mind and body with a cold plunge. You'll be saying, ah, in no time. Your path to wellness starts today at Olympic Hot Tub. Current specials with exciting savings at olympichottub.com. Better you, better life.
Be all in on summer with service from Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland. Heading out on a road trip? Make sure your Toyota is ready to go during the Toyota Tires Savings Event. Save $100 on 4 eligible tires. And with an open service drive and no appointment necessary, getting expert Toyota service has never been easier. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. ToyotaofRenton.com and ToyotaofKirkland.com. And make sure to check out their service specials page. Offers valid through July 31st, 2026. See dealer for details.
O'Brien. In a contracting business, you're either growing or you're grinding. Success is no longer about hard work alone. It's about using AI to accelerate impact. Service Titan is the only integrated intelligence that seamlessly automates your entire workflow, from first call to final invoice. Born in the trades, built for visionaries ready to stop operating and start automating. Service Titan, AI for the trades.
Hey, it's Wendy here. Are you looking to rebound from your high-interest credit card debt? A SoFi personal loan could help. Consolidate your debt with a SoFi personal loan into one low monthly payment, and you could save money on interest over time. And with as soon as the same day funding, you could hit the ground running ASAP. Apply today with no fees required at SoFi.com/debt rebound. Loans originated by SoFi Bank. NA member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891. Fast funds terms apply at SoFi.com/debt rebound.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk.
Good morning. Good Monday morning. Good Monday morning.
Sure is. Good Monday morning with Grace Zabel is going to join us in 30 minutes. And then Albert Breer in studio, I believe, at 8:30. And I think we can probably keep him here for a while. We'll see how long he's got. So looking forward to a lot of football talk throughout the day. Was over at practice yesterday. And Maura was there on Saturday. She just gave us a bunch of her takeaways and thoughts. So a lot of football over the course of the morning as Seahawks start practice yesterday. And then, of course, the Mariners as well. And Brock, I think yesterday about, 1 o'clock, 1:30, whatever it was, I think we were all preparing ourselves for a very difficult conversation today.
Yeah, right when my phone went dead, I believe.
Oh.
Yeah, I think right when my phone went dead on my flight home. Well, Molly forgot her charger, so I was being a good husband, gave her the charger on the plane, and just decided to read. And yeah, at that point it was down 3-1. I think we had first and second, did nothing, and I was like, oh boy, yeah, we're gonna have a hard conversation at 7 a.m.
I think we were all kind of prepared for this very difficult, awful conversation about this team. And then you come back and win that game yesterday. And Dom Canzone goes yard, and Randy goes yard, and Canzone hits a double to help you win the game 6-4. And I don't know whether that means we're not going to have the conversation. It delays it. If you lose today, and who knows what happens on the road in L.A., yeah, maybe the conversation is right there. It's just you put it off for a day or two. Or you win today, you split with Texas, you win 2 out of 3 in L.A., and the conversation becomes something of the past, the good news. And there is some good news, right? I thought they played a lot cleaner this weekend. I didn't see a lot of the errors and mental mistakes that have been problematic for this team all year long. They came back, obviously, to win yesterday. Dom Canzone is a huge positive. I mean, Dom Canzone's looking like he's going to be a dude right now. 2 years in a row, he's put up not just good numbers, excellent numbers, right? Hitting third in your lineup. He right now is the best hitter on the team. Cole Young is hitting leadoff and has hit third. And, where would you be without those two guys right now? In big trouble. And Canzone showing pop this year. Brock, I was looking at it earlier since I know everybody likes to get on me because I like power and not batting average. But Cole Young last year, 40 points higher in his batting average. This year, though, pop, doubles, home runs, doing it with slugging and not just with batting average, which is why I think this is much more of a breakout year than last year. So there was a lot of good news, and there has been. The bad news?
By the way, Mooney, 13 for his last 13.
Man, has he been good.
55% strikeout rate, I believe. Absolutely nails. Perfect.
Really helps.
Yeah.
Really helps. The bad news is about everything else. Yeah. Almost everything else goes into the bad news category, I would say. And that is troubling. And the win yesterday, while it is exciting and gives you a hope that conversation is about to turn, doesn't necessarily end all of those things because, again, it's just one win, just like they're just one loss. So I'm not going to sit here and say because they won yesterday, everything is fine now. It's not, but it at least gives them the opportunity now to try to bounce back from all that is ailing them.
Yeah, it's like those old WWF wrestling matches, Salk, when there's a 1 and it's a 2. And it looks like it's going to be the 3rd. And then the arm goes up or the foot goes on the rope or the shoulder just comes up or you just somehow salvage and escape, just a pinned situation. And you realize, you lose that game yesterday, you're 3.5 back of the Texas Rangers.
Really bad.
3.5 back of that Texas Rangers team.
Yep.
They're fine.
No, they're not. No. Let me be clear. The most important thing I heard all weekend long was Friday night. Were you watching the game on TV on Friday?
Very intently.
I'm curious then if you heard the same thing I did from Dave Valley. It was near the beginning of the game, maybe 4th inning. I wish I could remember exactly when he said it. And it's not.
Wish you would have clipped it.
I don't have that ability.
Yeah, you record it on your phone.
I don't have to do that. It's fine. I wasn't watching on my phone. I was watching on, my television, like a Gen Xer.
You could rewind it back and record on.
Yeah, not doing all that. It's not happening. Well, didn't do all that.
Didn't feel that profound then, but it sure does now.
No, it felt pretty profound. Was Dave Valley saying, "Yeah, the Mariners. Just look at these 2 lineups, and the Mariners are just a lot better." Like
you would sure think so.
He's just being very clear. I know you and I have had these debates about are they more talented? Yeah, they are. Of course, they're more talented.
I mean, it's name recognition. There's no question. It's
not just
production.
Name recognition.
It's all-star. It's all-star games.
Talented.
Yeah,
they're more talented. They are more talented. And Dave Valley looking at it like, yeah, look at these 2 rosters. Are you kidding me? But you got to play like it.
Yeah, there's no, Garcia in his prime in right field. No Seager at shortstop. Right? I mean, no dominant.
Traded Semien.
Dominant all-stars.
No.
Perennial all-stars.
A couple good young players. I'm not taking a shot at those guys.
Yeah, Langford, when healthy, is got a lot of pop and good player and high draft pick. But it's Jock Peterson leading off. It's Brandon Nimmo. I mean, guy right in the middle of the lineup. Nice players, but not guys that have the track record that you do. And I think that's where you and I, to me, talent's a little squishier. I get it. I understand it. I'm not going to win that debate because the track record, right? The track record really speaks to that talent. The years that Naylor has had, the years that Cal has had, the pop that Randy has had, being the best left fielder in franchise history, right? The production, the JP and consistency that he has had, and Julio, and the track record, that T word, that track record is there, but it's certainly not showing up in any consistency whatsoever here in 2026. No. And it's why you scratch your head. And it's why you thought maybe you lose that game yesterday. We're going to start to have some real hard conversations. That's why Jerry, I think, I did step up and speak to the media Saturday and give him credit for doing so.
So what did you make of what he had to say?
Well, what did he call the offense? Atrocious or something? Some A word.
Abysmal.
Abysmal. There we go. There's a few A words. I mean,
he used abysmal.
Cheeks. Abysmal. The offense has been abysmal for 2 months now. Like abysmal. And with all those names we just rattled off, and yes, some have been on and off the injured list, but it's not like they have been all off together. It's been abysmal. So what are you going to do about it? You just going to, as Buster said to us on Friday, what is insanity? Believing something's just, going to change without making any change? No, we got to make change. So those are the 2 things that I read. He took ownership. This offense has been abysmal. Starts with him and the organization. And then, you know what? Everybody hates change, but that's the part of this game that if you don't produce, there's going to have to be change. And it starts at the lowest level of it with Bobby, the assistant hitting coach.
Yeah.
And then the next step up will be Seitz and then Edgar. There was at least a little, or not at least, there was some background to it that, you're bringing up a guy from the minor leagues that is going to try to synthesize not only the information, Salk, but the biomechanics with their sports performance. And is that a part of it, whether it's placebo or not for these guys? To be like, whoa, 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 whoa. Look at your front side. Whoa, 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 whoa. Look at your force plate, your ground force. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, look at your hand. Maybe that's all placebo. Maybe it means nothing.
All the things those guys didn't want before?
No, I think before was like, hey, in a 3-2 count, here's da-da-da-da-da. I think it was a lot more data. This is a little bit more physical, biomechanical.
Okay. They don't want the data.
Salk, they're searching.
I don't know.
Because it doesn't make a lot of sense.
I understand what you're saying. All those things are true. And Jerry did a good job of saying, hey, this is on me. It's not on Bobby. But it's really hard to hear like, hey, we just fired this guy even though it's not his fault.
Yeah.
But
then he didn't point it to players directly.
Why not?
It's the players' fault. It's the players' fault. They haven't produced. Right? They haven't got the job done with runners in scoring position. They haven't got the job done against the fastball. That's what I heard Friday night as much as anything. You heard how average and mid the Texas Rangers team is. I heard you're dead last in hitting the fastball. Like you're dead last. And you're dead last in looking at some numbers and hitting in favorable counts. You get to 2-1 count. You got to do damage. You get to 3-1 count. You got to do damage. And in particular, you got to do damage on a fastball. And that's not been happening for the large part of the season.
all those things are true. It just, for me, it's a little hard to hear, okay, we want to bring in some level of accountability, but not for the people who actually need to be held accountable. We're going to bring in some accountability, but for a guy whose fault it wasn't. It just doesn't feel right. Doing it right before the family trip kind of adds to that a little bit. Yeah. And, fortunately for them, they came back and Dom Canzone hits the home run yesterday, because you lose 3 straight in Texas after that moment, and it makes it look even worse. Like, what? You fired the guy that you're, by your own admission, was not responsible for it.
Who coincidentally, I think, in reading everything, Tom Canzone was maybe the closest to of anybody.
Right. He's the guy who gets credit for Canzone. The whole thing felt very weird. And then hearing the nugget in there that Dan was the one who kind of lobbied against this. I don't know what that says, right? I don't know what kind of page everybody is on or kind of where this goes next. It feels tumultuous. And if they had lost yesterday, I think tumult would have been a big word that we would have used a lot today, because it really is sort of taking on that feeling of like you got a little problem here and a little problem there and a little problem there, and you can't get your finger in all the different holes, because unfortunately the water is starting to pour in from all around you. What you saw yesterday may have just been a delay of the inevitable, or it may have been something that just sparks the team, because ultimately you do have the ability to end all of that water rushing in. You can. Not by plugging it with a finger, but by just hitting your way out of it, right? Start clubbing doubles and home runs, getting on base and hitting the baseball hard, and all those problems will eventually just kind of melt away. But until then, we'll see what happens today. We'll come right back, give you guys everything you need to know, including that big Brock, wait till you hear how loud the sound is of the Canzone home run. It's awesome. It's next.
Seattle Sports, home of Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Safety Nick Manwari on PUP to begin training camp. One thing I want to say about preseason PUP is it is not the PUP list to miss time during the season.
It could be something real simple. And they're like, all right, he's already in good shape. He's been to all of our stuff. It's not like he's going to get lots of reps during the preseason games. I'm hoping it's just being really, really cautious when it comes to Nick and Manwari.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision. If you're at the stage where you need readers, whether you've had LASIK or not, it may be time to consider K2 Vision RLE. I tell my King LASIK patients, laser vision correction won't solve the eventual need for reading glasses due to an aging, dysfunctional lens.
But K2 Vision RLE will. It's not a question of if your lens becomes dysfunctional, it's when. At that point, you'll need reading glasses and could benefit from refractive lens exchange. K2 Vision RLE is a quick, painless procedure that restores distance and near vision permanently. In other words, no glasses, no contacts, and no readers.
And no cataracts.
Exactly. After K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
K2 Vision doctors have performed over 150,000 procedures and followed the outcomes. They have the experience to know when it's your right time for RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
When it comes to my policy, Farmers gives it to me straight, so there's no surprises.
It's your coverage. You should never be confused.
You hear that? An insurance provider with a conscience.
We're a choir, but yes, we have that too.
Straightforward coverage you can literally understand. That's what you get when
you have Farmers. Bum, ba, bum, 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 bum.
Learn more at farmers.com. Underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or Affiliate. Products not available in every state.
From the people who brought you It's the Dog Park comes.
It's a hot spot on your dog's leg that the internet says you can treat it at home. You're not sure though, because now it's oozing.
Protect your dog from injury and illness with Progressive Pet Insurance.
Ooh, he's licking it. Super gross, dude.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Coverage subject to policy terms.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Listen every day to the Bump and Stacy Show for headline rewrites. Powered by Bay Alarm Security Services. Security systems and fire alarms for every business. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. You play for the win, not just on game day, every day. Channel that drive into your money. Robinhood puts you in control, all on one platform. You expect more from yourself. Expect more from your money. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Again, that's Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
No news, Brock, is sometimes good news. I would say that's been the case at Seahawks camp so far. Not a lot of news, which is great. You had the Nick Eamon-Worry to PUP. Obviously, everybody knew that Charbonnet was going to be there as well. And since then, that's really been it. No surprise additions. Torrey Horton was out there practicing. A.J. Barner was out there. Elijah Arroyo. Like anybody else that you wondered about has all been cleared and out there practicing. It's been essentially awesome right from the jump.
Pretty great, huh? Pretty great first day. Awesome to be back. Guys are in great spirits. Very just excited that we're back rolling. You know, a lot of credit goes out to our folks. You know, throughout our building, all of our support crew, our performance crew, all the business side people for creating such a great atmosphere. And I know it really contributes to having a great practice. So. Guys had a great day, great first day, and then it's really just about taking care of business one step at a time as we go. Try not to sound as cliche sometimes, but that's really what we're focused on. So,
a lot of coaches will say that, Salky. I want to thank our director of football operations, our strength and strength staff, and they just kind of say it. When Mike says it, I think I don't know. There's just a genuine he knows what those people do work-wise. The field and maintenance crew, the strength and development crew, the marketing crew, the whole team, the organization, just to put that whole thing together so it's first class and ready to roll.
And not only does he know it, Brock, I would say he lives it and supports it in a way that you don't often hear. Listen to this story from Julian Love. He was asked whether or not there's a speech from the coach every day before practice.
Yeah, pretty much, more or less. What Mike does that's cool is
somebody else speaks each day. Like you'll hear assistant coach that I might not know, might be new to the team, I have not heard from before, the team hasn't heard from before. Like CP Partridge spoke yesterday. It was cool. And so we do that. That's a big thing at camp. Everyone has kind of a theme, a message, brings their own flavor and style to it. And so by the end of camp, you hear from everyone in the building. You know who each other is. You know who's going to bat for you. And so it's pretty cool.
That's really cool. So it's not just 70 strong as the players go. It's the entire staff. And we know how long that string of staff members is. They do the same thing. There's total commonality and continuity because John Schneider does the same thing. He'll have scouts that come up and present, and the assistants will handle some of the duties. I mean, that's the way you empower your employees and build everybody up and build. I know a word, Salk, that you sent a bunch last night of depth. I know you were talking about the players on the field, but it's the
organizational depth
of the organization.
There's no doubt.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Well, Dom Canzone might have honestly saved the Mariners season yesterday. Certainly prolonged it. I know it's July. I know there's a long way to go. But before this, things look bleak.
The 2-0. Swung on and destroyed. It is high. It is deep. It is gone. Dom Canzone, 3-run home run, and the Mariners have the lead. It is 4-3 in the 7th inning. That was the big swing the Mariners have been looking for. A no-doubt monster blast off the bat of Dom Canzone.
Man, he dropped the bat. He knew exactly what he had just done.
Yeah, Gary getting into his diaphragm there, he was getting deep on that one because it was deep waters that they were treading in. Like, you got to be kidding me. The TV call was pretty cool, too. I don't know if it was Bone or Valley or both of them that just let out kind of a roar as Goldie is making his call as well.
Oh, boy.
And that was taking advantage of a 2-0 count. Like, get to a 2-0 count, and then when that cookie comes, man, you got to let it eat and get that barrel through the zone with some force. Canzone has done it. He's done it more consistently. That was against a lefty. The guy has proven that, hey, I'm not just a one-trick pony. And as you said, Salk, it was, 250, 300 bats last year? And we're getting to that number this year? Like, this guy is
starting to do it against lefties. There's a lot in there.
Earning the opportunity to be in there every single day.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
He'll be back in there today. An opportunity to at least split this series. A little wraparound 4-game series around the weekend. George Kirby and Kumar Rocker, 11:35 a.m. first pitch. So late morning baseball coming our way from Texas and, of course, here on Seattle Sports. Jerry Dipoto spoke to reporters Saturday about the firing of Bobby Magianis, the assistant hitting coach. Brock, I'll read you some of the quote. "To be honest with you, what led us here is our offense has been abysmal for 2 months, and we were one of the top offensive teams in the American League last year. Roughly since we were in Washington, we just stopped playing offense, and that's not Bobby's fault. Bobby's a wonderful person. I think he's a good coach. But we needed to stir up the content, try to offer something different than we've been doing because what we've been doing simply hasn't been working. Obviously, change grabs attention. There are consequences to our results. We all feel the pressure of that." He later went on to say, "To do something that changed our direction was necessary. I can't say any more about that or than that. And it's not on Bobby Magianis. It's on me. It's on our organization. It's on our staff, our roster of players. For all of us, it just has to pick up." And I think everyone does appreciate the pointing inward and saying, yeah, it starts with me. We haven't done enough. Absolutely right. I can't really think of anyone who's ever been fired, though, and the immediate thought was like, well, it wasn't his fault. You don't hear that very often.
That. No, you'll see that. In baseball, I think in particular, hitting coaches in particular. It's not the hitting coach's fault. I mean, I've heard that 1,000 times. He's not the one in the batter's box. He's not the one doing that. He's not the one swinging it. I've certainly felt like I have heard that in that sport as much as any other. Football, hey, man, you call the plays. You're responsible. Those are your decisions, your game management decisions. Why there's so much turnover at offensive coordinator, like the numbers are bad, and you're calling the plays. Now the players got to go execute it, but are you putting them in the right position to do all of that? I think baseball lends itself, unfortunately, to those decisions more.
That's funny. I don't know. That's everything you need to know. Well, I'm not saying it's not true, but I can't. This felt different to me. I mean, last year or a couple of years ago, it was like, yeah, that coach was doing it wrong. we had to move on. Like,
Yes.
we didn't like this.
I think that was honestly very concretely that really funny guy. He had a huge sense of humor, big sense of humor.
But it wasn't just him. I mean, like, we'd seen that before.
But that was trying to be almost a shift in taking all of this data and trying to, hey, here's the odds, here's the data, here's the numbers, and it was paralysis by overanalysis.
Maybe.
But
to me, this feels like a kind of tacit admission that, just doing it old school is not going to work either.
Or what? Yes.
Like we've overcorrected. Like, okay, fine. Maybe there was too much information going their way, but there got to be some information going their way. And like the overcorrection has maybe been extreme.
But you would think like the most old school of old school, because Buhner says it a million times, hit the fastball. Right? You would think that is the simplest, oldest
but not as easy
baseball.
to do when you don't know all the information to help you know when the fastball is coming.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, like, yeah, sure, hit the fastball. When is it going to be? Right. When's the fastball?
And which fastball? The 2-seamer, the 4-seamer, the one that rises, the one that cuts, the one that moves?
The cutter?
Yeah, it's a little different fastball than it was.
Just hit the fastball? Sure. Okay, Jay, I'll just hit the fastball. All right, we'll switch gears. Gray Zabel had a heck of a rookie campaign. And now, Brock, he's one of the veterans out there. He'll join us from before practice, but from camp next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, home of Wyman and Bob.
Cole Young, I mean, he just comes up clutch.
Afternoons 2 to 7.
Game's on the line. Say you're tied, 2 outs. Who do you want up at the plate right now? At this very moment after 100 games, who do you trust the most up there? For a young guy in his first full season, he's had some big moments already.
Cole Young's only 22, so it's really exciting for the future.
And by the way, the only player on this roster to play every single game.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Mike Salk here. Training camp here. The team looks ready. They're hungry. It's clear the guys took the offseason seriously. And as they get ready to have all their cylinders pumping September 9th, you can make changes in your life to be the best by that first game as well, right? Eastside Weight Loss Clinic can help. They've helped me. I mean, help, yeah, giving you a proven plan to lose 30, 40 pounds by the start of the season. No pills, no injections. It's all natural, so there's no side effects either. Yeah, be one of the many across our area that have lost significant weight and become a healthy, happy version of themselves, all with the help of Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. I lost 35 pounds in 8 weeks. That could be you before the end of the summer. And all it takes to get started is a free 15-minute phone call. You can do that. Just find out if this whole thing is right for you. Schedule yours at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Hi, thanks for calling Uline.
Wait, did the phone even ring?
Nope.
Okay, so you answered before the ring. But now you're going to put me on hold, right?
We don't do that here. We're real people answering the phone, ready to help with your order when you are.
Uline has thousands of quality products for your business and warehouse needs, always in stock, ready to ship same day, and backed by Uline's legendary 24/7 customer service. Uline, we warehouse for you.
Our number one thing with them is always like, hey, welcome someone in and assure them that they're in the right place. We're going to take care of them.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy. With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Every summer, homeowners wait too long to find a house painter. All Covered Painting is accepting a limited number of exterior projects this season. Ask about a designer-led complimentary color consultation. Get your free estimate at allcoveredpainting.com.
Get away from it all and discover a place where good times are guaranteed. But I'm letting you know at Silver Reef Casino Resort, you'll discover world-class dining at the steakhouse. Catch your favorite sports on wall-to-wall screens and sink into pure relaxation at the spa. Tee it up at Loomis Trail for championship caliber golf where there's water everywhere, so you better hit them straight. And you can hear your favorite musicians live at the event center. Visit silverreefcasino.com and book your stay today. That's silverreefcasino.com. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5, exit 260.
Mariners and Rangers this morning in Texas. First pitch 11:35, pregame 10:30. Every pitch, every game, one app for free. The Seattle Sports app.
Your old water heater's starting to peter.
DayandNight.net.
Day and Night has $150 off installation of any new water heater, including tankless, backed by a free lifetime warranty.
Hi, I'm Bruce. When your old water heater leaks or fails, the damage could be catastrophic. Whether you need an emergency replacement or you're planning ahead before it leaks, give us a call and we'll help you get into hot water again.
Get $150 off installation of any new water heater.
DayandNight.net.
Hey, it's John Curley with my friend Bob Stelton. Hey, Bob, you had a hip issue just like me. You went to see Dr. Mark Wagner at Seattle Sports Regenerative Medicine. What did he tell you?
You got a torn labrum, you got a frayed ligament, you've got arthritis developing. He said, this isn't going to fix everything, but it will go a long way. I was walking around at about an 8 pain level. I couldn't walk that far before the pain would kick in, and it was impacting my workouts and just really impacting my day-to-day stuff beyond jiu-jitsu.
So, just like me, Dr. Wagner does stem cell on your hip. How you feeling now?
I feel like I've gotten back to being who I was prior to the injuries, which was somebody who's very active, loves being out there outside when the weather's great, being on the motorcycle, sparring in jiu-jitsu, working out. I can do all of those things now.
So whether it's a shoulder, a hip, a wrist, knee, or elbow, before you choose surgery, see our friend, Dr. Wagner first. He'll tell you if stem cell is right for you. drmarkwagnermd.com. Make an appointment at drmarkwagnermd.com.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. For the Puget Sound, that means local service including burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and custom security designed to work with business operations. Bay Alarm has real people rooted in your community looking out for your business. After 8 decades and 3 generations of family ownership, our promise is still the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, sounds like we're going to be with Gray Zabel here in just a couple of minutes. In the meantime, Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports, here on 710 SeattleSports.com. It was fun. I brought Avery. Oh, hold on. All right, we're coming back in twice, sort of. It's a little delay effect. It was fun bringing Avery over to training camp yesterday, Brock, and just sort of seeing the world through the eyes of a 14-year-old who's not out there every day and not like a part of this, and just looking at the offensive linemen. She's like, what in the world? Like, those guys
I don't see
huge.
any men like that on Love Island.
No, not like that.
None of them are that big.
No.
Yes.
I all right, who we think is the biggest person out there? Brady's like, it's Anthony Bradford.
Yes.
For sure.
Yes.
And he's a big boy now. He really is. He just huge.
I think he's like Big Ray. He can do all the lifting he wants and all the movement stuff and all the nutrition, but there's just some things that are going to remain there just genetically.
Yeah.
That
a huge guy.
He's a big man.
He's just an absolutely enormous person, but it was cool. It was cool to see those guys and just how many of them are back. It really, that position in particular.
All of them.
Right? Just the whole offensive line. And honestly, put the tight end group with them as well.
Yeah.
I know Nick Vanette was re-added over the weekend. He's going to be there for a little bit. But, I mean, seeing all of the offensive linemen, first string, second string, even most of the third string, and then adding in the first, 4 or 5 tight ends, if you want to include Oots and Brady Russell in there.
Yep.
Like, that whole group is just back. It's just all the same. It's great.
Yeah. And speaking of back, like they're all just big backs, like just physically. Like when you look at those guys, and I know they're not in pads yesterday. That's going to be here very, very soon, right? They're just a different level of human beings, size-wise, over and over and over and over. And 6'3" to 6'7", and 300 to 330, and they move. I mean, that is really, really the difference between even the collegiate level and the professional level. And obviously the guy we're going to talk to here at any moment is working his way in the studio, Gray Zabel, was one of the great movers in
he
the rookie
epitomizes
class.
that, right?
He sure
I mean,
does.
that's what he brings is that. Not that he doesn't have the other stuff. I don't want to. I always feel bad when you're like, hey, what he brings is the athleticism to move and get out in space. It's not like he can't do the other stuff. He can anchor just fine against some of the big people, bull rushing up the middle. Like, he does all those other things well. But what sets him apart is the ability to get out in space and knock people down in space.
Yeah, and I say this all the time, and you know, we've had a few of the greatest in the history of the league to do it here in Seattle, and a Walter Jones and a Steve Hutchinson, and when you're 320 pounds, but you look like you move like a 220 pounder, that's when you get to be just different than all your peers. When you're 300 pounds and it looks like you're 300 pounds and you're lugging 300 pounds, and man, they're heavy-footed 300 pounds. Yeah, that's you can sustain, you can play, you can have a career in the NFL, but if you want to be set apart, right? When you run out for introductions, like, that guy weighs, how does that guy weigh 300 pounds? He doesn't weigh 300 pounds.
But the way they move just looks so different. Well, Gray Zabel certainly on that list. Kind enough to join us now. Our first training camp guest of the year. This used to be Cliff Averill every year, remember? Cliff would always be the first one to join us. Well, this year, it's the second-year guard, Gray Zabel. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Doing well. Good morning to you as well.
Did NASA run you over? You out of breath? You need to catch your breath for a second, all right?
No. We had to throw it in overdrive this morning and get rolling. So we're excited for day 3.
Well, we were just talking about how you move well in space. I guess that also refers to your ability to get over to the studio there. How's the off season? What were the highlights? What was the most fun stuff you did this off season?
Not a lot of highlights this off season. It was mainly just golfing, working at the farm, enjoying the 250th birthday of America.
Okay.
That was kind of the 3 highlights of what I did.
All right, well, I want to hear a little bit more. First of all, what did you do to enjoy the 250th?
I mean, well, first we had the third annual Zabel kickball party.
Okay.
We had the Northland Farms Invitational Golf Tournament, and then obviously he got to crush a few brewskis, to celebrate. So
okay.
You hit righty, obviously.
Lefty
golfer.
Oh, lefty golfer.
Interesting.
And what kind of game?
Not great. Yeah.
All right.
Not great.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah.
Good thing my side gig with football is going well. Let's just say that. We aren't going to make it in golf anytime soon.
And then when you say working on the farm, what sort of work are you doing?
Is that still picking up rocks?
Yeah. No, I have forgone the rock picking here for this foreseeable future. It was basically tearing out fence, doing a little demolition, to a feed lot that we're going to be building here to feed a little bit of cows throughout the winter. So, yeah, it was a fun summer. But let's just say I'm really excited to get back to football.
Have you been home since you got the ring?
Yes.
So what is that like? What is it like bringing? We'll talk about now, but just quickly to go back in time, what is it like bringing the ring home?
It was cool. I mean, I gave it to my parents, and then probably within 30 minutes, it was somewhere that I have no idea where it's at and haven't seen it since. So it's one of those deals where I could care less about it. It's cool and all, but we're on to the next season. We're ready to play some football.
They say that a carpenter is only as good as his tools. Is a farmer is only as good as his machinery?
No. This 2026 was the first time we got auto steer and even better, a buddy seat in our tractor. So it's we're a low budget farming operation up there in Mound City, South Dakota, but it's about who you got around you as a team, your agronomist, your fertility program, the hybrid of seed you choose, and then most of all the rain. Mother Nature's got to cooperate. So
Are you mentioned earlier some feed. Have you guys been livestock or mostly crop?
No, mainly crop. We're going to stay that way. I enjoy my winters way too much to get into cattle, so we'll let somebody else do that.
Gotcha.
There's got to be a way to spin the to Carpenter and his tools and everything you just said into the new offensive coordinator and the offensive. I'm not a good enough radio host to figure out how to make that transition.
In Blue 88.
I don't think I have that, but What is life like? I mean, the team is so similar in terms of personnel. I know it's not exactly the same, and you guys done a great job of kind of starting over and taking on a new challenge. But the one big difference would just be the offensive coordinator. What will you notice from your position about the new offense?
Yeah, I think Brian's came in and done an absolutely unbelievable job, top to bottom. He came in and he wants to build on what we already have, but put a new kind of little wrinkle to what he knows about football, and that's obviously a ton. So he's a guy that I think we're going to run the ball first, which I'm super excited about. We're going to establish the run and move the line of scrimmage, but he's a guy that just sees the game of football differently than 99.9% of human beings do, and it's truly remarkable how he sees it, how his ability is to teach it. And that's top to bottom our entire coaching staff. I mean, there's been a little bit of turnover in the staff, but good core of coaches are still here. So it's going to be super cool to build from year one to year two, and we're excited because we're similar, but we're not going to be the same.
As best he can at 7:30 on day 3 of training camp. Can you take that a little deeper, Gray? Because you'll hear players say that, and I've certainly heard coaches and people, oh, this guy just sees it. He just sees the game this way. He just sees it differently than others. Can you add a little more depth to that? What does that mean?
Yeah, I mean, just if he's standing back behind a play, he just sees the defensive front, linebackers, coverages, all that just a little bit differently, and he sees things happening before it happens, and he allows Sam and those guys to play free, but also have a vision of how he wants us to play. And it's one of those deals where he gives us answers to a test when we don't even know the question's going to be there. So it's remarkable what he's done just in the short time he's been here, and we're excited because I feel like we're just at the tip of the iceberg right now. And as we grow and get to know each other and develop and connect and bond, it's gonna be a fun season for sure.
Gray Zabel with us here on Seattle Sports on 710. Do you pay much, as an offensive lineman, do you pay much attention to who's running the ball behind you?
Nope. We just got to make sure they don't get touched. So that's our job. And obviously there's different running backs and kind of how they run and the styles that they run and all that, but it's not very noticeable, but there's a few times where number 8's in the backfield and we can tell because the linebackers are moving a little bit faster side to side. So it's going to be fun to watch JD grow and develop and continue the growth that he's had so far.
Along those lines, do you pay much attention to what day 3 of training camp in your second year feels like compared to day 3 of training camp from your rookie year?
Yeah, I can breathe. I can take a deep breath out on the field. I mean, last year I was just drowning, just barely trying to stay afloat. This year, you understand kind of the tempo, the offense, the pace, the speed, everything that's happening just a little bit easier. And that's going to be every single day. This training camp and this year is just going to slowly get better and better and better just for the aspect of the speed of the game and the knowledge and the background and all that. But you can tell just maybe by my demeanor that this year was just a tiny bit easier than last year.
I've heard you talk about that, about sort of drowning at the beginning of last year. Is there a moment where that stopped, or was it sort of imperceptible and all of a sudden you realize, oh, wait, all of a sudden I feel like now I know what I'm doing?
Yeah, I'd like to say it stopped, but at the end of the day, it's you're facing something new every single day. You're learning something new every single day, and that was the greatest part about last year was, well, instead of having 18 weeks of football, we had 21 weeks of football. And I got to learn and grow and develop as much as I could. And that was the best part was, yeah, maybe I was struggling here on this or that, but as the season went on, you learn something new every single day, and it starts starting to slow down just a little bit day by day. And then by the end of the year, when you get to a Super Bowl, it's like, all right, well, it's slowed down a little bit, but now we're on the biggest stage of our life, so that speeds back up really quickly.
Did you ever feel like there was a welcome to the NFL moment? Like Gray Zabel, welcome to the NFL.
Yeah, 100%. It was like, I want to say like the first preseason game, like the second play of the game, I got put right into Drew Lock's lap. Good thing it was a quick game, so the ball got out quick. But, yeah, it was one of those deals where, like, I turned around and I was like, hey, thanks for getting the ball out. Appreciate that. But then you just take a deep breath and you realize, like, I've gone against Leo and Murph and Jay Reed the entire training camp. Like, it's all right. Just stick to the rules and fundamentals, and it's going to be all right.
Do you see that Leonard Williams was named the number 1 defensive tackle, according to these voting through the Jeremy Fowler puts together this list of executives and coaches and scouts who vote. They had Leonard Williams as the number 1 defensive tackle in the NFL. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, I mean, just makes me feel a lot better when I get whooped by him in practice. So
what makes him number 1?
I mean, just his bag of moves, the tricks, the knowledge, the strength, the physicality. Like, if you stop one move, well, here's his counter. That's just as hard to stop. So, and he plays with a motor that a guy in, I say, year 28 shouldn't be playing with. But he's just unbelievable. And he makes everyone around him better. And I think that's the greatest aspect of his game is he could probably have 15 to 20 sacks a year, but he rushes as one with our defensive line, and everybody gets the QB, and that's a great attribute about Leo, and that just shows the type of teammate he is.
So you got one-on-one pass rush drills probably starting in a couple days. You sign up to take Leo first?
Yeah.
Give me 99. I want 99.
That's just a terrible idea, just to call him out mid-practice. All right, Leo, me and you. It's been too long.
I heard you got to get going, so thank you for coming by and just visiting with us for a few minutes. Congratulations. I know you guys are on to this year, but just a quick congratulations on everything that you guys accomplished as a team last year, everything you accomplished personally last year, and continued good luck for this season. We're looking forward to it.
I appreciate it. Thanks for having me on.
All right, there you go. There's Gray Zabel, Seahawks guard, Brock, and avid farmer.
Just reminded how fun these 7:30 interviews are that the Seahawks and NASA, when they can, before guys got to get to run the lift and run the meetings and everything else they've got to do, that our wonderful partners there bring us these conversations and bring us inside camp a little bit, right? And it's funny, I was thinking of that analogy that at first he couldn't breathe. Right, you're just in the deep, like when the first time you get thrown into the deep pool, swim lessons, and you're just fighting, right? And I think by the end of the year, your feet are like that duck underneath the water. Like even in the Super Bowl, man, blocking those 2 D tackles for the Patriots are monsters. But on top, you look way calmer, right? So at first you're flailing, everything is moving, but by maybe the end of the year, just under the water, the feet are flailing, and you're looking pretty composed. And now, by this year and the years to come, you learn the efficiency of kind of those strokes and the efficiency, even when you have to deal with the monsters that you got to deal with.
Anybody else concerned that his parents stole a Super Bowl ring? Like, I'm a little concerned about the fact that he doesn't know the whereabouts of that thing anymore. He brought it home, and now nobody knows where the Super Bowl ring is.
How are you not following the farming stuff? You were following that.
Huh?
The agro, once he went agro and the quality of the hydro seed. And, no,
let's do some Blue 88.
I may have to hear that.
Let's just do some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88, brought to you by Culligan Seattle.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Ewart tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Ewart and Mike Salk.
I'm always excited to try to figure out the answers to some of these questions ahead of time, Brock. The Seahawks wide receiver room and the Seahawks D-line room. What do they have in common?
What do they have in common, Salky? You were out there. I was watching a lot of it through all the clips and the videos and everything else. What would you say those two groups in particular have maybe more in common with one another than some of the other personnel groups?
One player that's a clear leader in the group?
That's great, like Cooper is for the receivers and Leo is for the
I was going to say like
D-line.
JSN and Leonard Williams, but
yeah, but then you got Jaron Reed. He's kind of an old head.
I don't mean leader.
Lawrence.
I don't just mean leader in terms of like their leadership. I just meant like standout player.
Just watching them do these drills, watching Leo, watching JSN, watching Cooper Kupp make the one-handed catch yesterday.
That was right.
Just reminded me how different and varied a skill set within those position groups you have. Running backs, sure, there's some. But again, body type wise and speed wise, Salk and the tight end group, there's some. Arroyo's a little fat, but as far as true like Baskin-Robbins. So I went through the top 5 guys in each of those positions and just could come up with one word really quickly to describe their different flavor, like Baskin-Robbins style flavor. JSN is just body control. It's nuts. His body control is absurd. Some of the best in all the NFL. For Kupp, it's his savviness. Even that one-handed route, like it was all one at the beginning of that route, stacking his DB. He just has savviness. Shaheed's got unbelievable burst. Torrey Horton's got unbelievable bounce. And then Bobo's just got a brutality to his game. So all 5 of those just bring such a different flavor. And you could do the same on the D-line. Big Cat brings a length, or as Gray said, and I said last week, toolback. Just different than everybody else. D-Law is just sudden. Gosh, he's still sudden. Even a decade plus into this game, like that first move, that first strike, that first step is so sudden. Murphy, leverage. Can't move him. Can't move a fire hydrant. Good luck. And powerful along the way. Hall has just got force. And then Jarran Reed's got thump. So just a one-word skill set.
Diversity of skill set.
That's exactly right.
All right. Question number 2. All right, so we're starting to look at the guys, Brock, who changed their body, who's in the best shape of their career heading into the season.
Yeah, and this was maybe even more movement. Just watching them move actually with a little more, and you said in your email last night, and so did Maura, there's more juice in training camp. The script may be very similar. The schedule and the routine and the 2 hours on the field and here's individuals and here's into one-on-ones and here's into 7-on and here's into team and here's into situations. It may all be very similar to the 12 practices they had leading up to this, but when training camp comes, the intensity ratchets up. Jobs are now on the line, and you get to play a game in just a couple weeks. So this was even beyond Salk, the fun off-season, eye test and body. This was movement, and I would say 3 jumped out. And
right.
Hawk Blogger noticed this too. Tyrese Knight, that dude went to work. Like, I'm no longer a rookie. I'm not a second-year player. I've got beaten out last year by Drake Thomas. What am I going to do about it? Am I going to pout and get pudgy and fat and slow? Or am I going to absolutely go to work with the trainer? And his movement skills and his bag drills and that stuff was different. I would put Riley Mills right there. 1 year ago, he was on PUP. 1 year ago, he couldn't do any of this stuff. So anything was going to be vastly different than 1 year ago. But, man, he is a powerful, long, and much more athletic guy than certainly he was a season ago, and even I think late in the season last year. And then lastly is G's guy, George Halani. Right? He knows the opportunity he has. He's got a massive opportunity. He's got to hold off the first-round pick, and that's going to be really difficult to do. But I just think his explosiveness, his dynamic movement, even it took a step last year. It's why he got afforded opportunities and built some equity. But I think he is moving very, very well.
All right, question number 3. Brock lives in a mansion and fancies himself a man of the earth.
Hey, my first job was pulling weeds.
Thank you, Mike, for not faking
Dr.
the
Haynes.
funk on the aggro stuff.
Thank you.
Wow.
It was picking berries at
Wow.
People Farms. Don't come at me. What's his name? Who
What's his
texted that in?
name?
Yeah, who texted that in?
425, man.
Put your name on that. Put your name on that.
on that?
Yes.
What are you talking about?
You could take the boy out of Puyallup, put him in a fancy house.
Yeah, you can.
You never take Puyallup out of the boy.
I've seen the boy taken out of Puyallup and put in a fancy house.
And you know what
that's
that boy
for
still
sure.
likes to do? Pull weeds and edge and
All
be
right.
in the earth, Salk.
Any NFL storylines stand out to you this weekend while
Yeah,
you
the
were
Shanahan-
farming around your mansion?
This Shanahan one, the Shanahan story. I'd like to have a garden. Eventually, I think in my next home, Lord willing, I think I'll have a little garden to do some of that. This Shanahan story, did you read much
you
about
just
it?
don't have the space in your current home.
I don't.
It's just not enough
Court
room
eats
there,
up half the
unfortunately.
backyard. Salk.
Yeah, it's just not
Jeez.
enough room.
And I got rabbits
Sad.
to deal with
Yeah,
and
it's
everything
sad.
else. Did you read much detail into the Shanahan? It came out Saturday afternoon.
I don't know. I mean, just it's weird and like
yeah.
Sometimes people get into car accidents though. Like I think we're kind of trained or like used to being like, well, must have been a problem, must have been drugs, must have been drinking,
Right.
must have been something like
speeding. Or
sometimes people just get in car accidents.
They do. Is
The
there
whole not reporting of it though is weird.
Yeah, that was kind of weird. And just how is there not any? How do you get into a serious car accident where you break your face and your nose and concussion? Serious, it's horrible. I feel terrible for all that. And maybe there's an answer to this, and I'm just being dumb. So I'm just not. It's not rhetorical. Where there's no citation. Where 2 cars get into an accident and there's no law broken.
By either driver, you mean?
Yeah, but no, there was no citation in it. by either driver.
Well, I think what they mean is there's no citation for speed or this. Like, people get into accidents all the time. Make a bad lane change or, yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
But a bad lane change is a traffic violation or citation, or you run into somebody. Isn't there? No,
I don't think so. Like you put your blinker on, you go left, you don't see the car in your blind spot, and you run. Like, I don't think that's a citation.
Well, Grandpa Mike was a driver's ed teacher forever.
But I don't think
before your
you're
dad,
not going to get arrested or cited.
No, not
for
arrested,
that.
but my
You'll
dad
be
got
held
traffic
liable for it.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking criminal. I'm talking arrest. I'm talking traffic citation violation.
I don't know. Maybe they don't
Grandpa
have the
Mike
details
didn't see
to
the
do
car
that yet.
when he went left, and sure you do 12 days later. I don't know. That just struck me. Just some things just kind of struck me as a little odd. But more importantly, get well, Kyle, because that sucks. Broken ribs, broken face, concussion. That's a bad deal.
Interesting. All right, there you go. That is.
I'm not trying to be a jerk, or I'm
88.
not trying to read too much into it.
No, I mean,
but honestly, Grandpa Mike was in a bad accident a year ago, and he turned left. He didn't see the car,
right,
and got T-boned. Like, yeah, that was his mistake. Like, I didn't see, so I'm going to be cited for, and I forget what it was.
Inattention to driving or something.
Well, yeah, whatever, for not seeing the car and bad left turn to cause a pretty bad accident. I don't know.
I mean, yeah, maybe it's a ticket in that case. I don't know. I've never
I'm looking for
thankfully
help
caused
out
an
there
accident.
from Officer Sokoley or any officers out there, if you can help me answer that for me.
Yeah, maybe.
Appreciate
Somebody here
that.
is saying a ticket for failure to yield. Yeah, I don't know.
Right. No.
Yeah, maybe there is more to the story. I don't know. I honestly didn't think that much of it. I was like, you got into a car accident. These things happen. Sometimes people get into car accidents. I don't know.
Yep.
All right. I was at training camp yesterday, Brock. Maura was there. We got a bunch of Maura's takeaways at 6:30. I'll give you some of mine. You mentioned one guy, maybe two in this position group, but you didn't mention the guy that stood out. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, home of Bumpin' Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Safety Nick Manwari on PUP to begin training camp. One thing I want to say about preseason PUP is it is not the PUP list to miss time during the season.
It could be something real simple. And they're like, all right, he's already in good shape. He's been to all of our stuff. It's not like he's going to get lots of reps during the preseason games. I'm hoping it's just being really, really cautious when it comes to Nick and Manwari.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Does your yard need shade, privacy, or a little brightening up? Look no further than Big Trees. I'm Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. At our 30-acre location, there are thousands of trees to choose from and knowledgeable staff, including a board-certified master arborist, to help you find exactly what you're looking for. Visit the nursery and learn more about Big Trees at bigtreesupply.com.
Beauty, privacy, instantly. Big Trees.
At Farmers, our honesty is contagious.
Wait, am I going to catch honesty?
Well, when you're with Farmers, it's kind of inevitable.
Well, how long does it take to... I lied to you when you asked if I knew what a deductible was. I don't know my dad's birthday, and I thought umbrella policies were for rainstorms. Actual rainstorms. I have it, don't I?
You don't just have honesty.
You have Farmers. Bum, ba, bum, 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 bum.
Learn more at farmers.com. Underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or affiliate. Products not available in every state.
Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision.
If you're over 50 and you've been diagnosed with a cataract, or your vision is changing as you're developing an early cataract, you could be a perfect candidate for K2 Vision RLE.
It's inevitable. At some point, typically in your 60s or 70s, you'll have a dysfunctional lens that eventually becomes a cataract. To restore your vision, you will someday need a procedure such as refractive lens exchange.
The question is, are you done with glasses? Do you want to spend your good, active years hassling with changing prescriptions and needing readers?
K2 Vision RLE can give you great vision now, permanently, and you'll never develop that cataract. The procedure is quick and painless, and our state-of-the-art custom lens technologies give highly predictable outcomes.
K2 Vision doctors have performed over 150,000 procedures. They know when it's your right time for RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at k2visionrle.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Justin's an avid skier, and a hard fall on the mountain changed everything.
I wound up tearing my meniscus, and then I found out that I also had osteoarthritis.
The pain was relentless.
Initially, it was probably a 7 or 8, but then it just continued and never went away.
It wasn't just pain, it was how he moved.
The biggest issue I had was simply walking. I could not walk without limping.
Others might have looked into surgery, but Justin chose stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. How's it now?
I'm back to skiing as hard as I can, and I don't even notice my knee anymore.
And the recovery?
Well, the biggest thing is I was walking without a limp within weeks, where I had been limping for the last year or so. Now I just feel totally normal. I feel like I can do anything that I ever did.
Before you choose surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first, the most experienced in the Northwest with over 20,000 stem cell procedures. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of manager.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello! All right, so here's what the 425 says. Brock's correct. No citation doesn't mean they didn't break a law, just that the officer didn't issue them a ticket for that. Accidents are always caused by a traffic violation, whether it's criminal or an infraction level, but the officer doesn't always issue a citation. Washington State Patrol has a policy to cite the at-fault driver to show fault, but not all agencies have the same policy.
Thank you. That's what I was looking for.
So there you go.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Good stuff from the 425. I have no idea if that's accurate or just some random person who put together some words that looked good together, but it sounded good anyway. All right. Went to training camp yesterday, Brock. Not full takeaways. Maybe these are some tidbits, but probably more just some observations. And the first is something we've been talking about throughout the morning. This team is deep. They are really, really deep, and that might not always show up at training camp, right, in the exciting world of superstars, and that's one of the reasons they don't get talked about a ton all over ESPN and NFL Network and all the other places where people are discussing football, but they are so much deeper than most of the other teams, maybe all the other teams they'll play, and a few places where it really stands out just watching. Offensive line, I think I mentioned. Defensive line, my God. The edge, so if you want to separate that out, the tight end group. I mean, if you include Brady Russell in the tight end group, they got at least 4 tight ends, maybe 5, right? I mean, you just look through, you're like, okay, Arroyo they just picked, and obviously Barner's the starter, and I mean, you know how I feel about Eric Saubert, excellent blocker and can kind of do it all. And Collar up
maybe the
he can
best
really block.
Tight end in the league.
And then Brady Russell with his ability to play multiple positions and do different. They really That's a deep group.
And
Secondary
then they bring back
deep.
Techno Thursday. Vanette, wasn't he around for Techno
I think
Thursday?
he actually was. Yeah,
I think he was.
That's how long
Wilson.
ago he was here.
Yes.
So the depth of the team really stands out.
So do acquire, like, not only play the way you say you want to play, but you better acquire the personnel to play the way you want to play.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, they have done that on these line of scrimmage, tight ends, fullback. Like, yep, that's where the bulk of so much depth is. What are you chuckling at?
The person who I said, all those words sounded nice, says, I work for the State Patrol. It is correct. Well,
Thank you.
But I don't know
Thank
that.
you.
All I see is your phone number.
Stick it in his face, State Patrol.
No, don't do that. I love the State Patrol. Please. No, I don't have a way of verifying.
Sure.
That's all. No, I have all the respect in the world. Believe me, occasionally I get pulled over by them, and I need to make sure I'm on their good side. It did not feel at all like it did in the LOB years. I just want to be clear. And that's not a bad thing, but the vibe, the buzz is not in any way similar. It is a totally different feel, I think, going over to training camp. It's more chill. The players are more chill. The music is more chill. It honestly feels more like a team at work than a team that is, I don't know, like putting on a show at times. It felt like, not in a bad way. I'm not trying to insult the LOB, but it always felt like a show when you'd go down there.
Yeah, got to one-up it. Got to keep one-upping it. The noise, the entertainment value. Yeah.
This just felt like a team at work. Like, shh, team's working. Quiet over there. They're hard at work. They're working hard. You mentioned some of the running backs, Brock. I know you've been all over Halani and okay. The person that jumps out just watching them is Emmanuel Wilson. That's the guy that jumps out just watching them. And every time there was like, oh, that was a good run. Who was that? Oh, it's Emmanuel Wilson. And I was standing with Hawk blogger Brian Nemhauser. He's big on Wilson also. Just every time I saw a nice run, that's who it was. It was Emmanuel Wilson. He is low to the ground, built like a bowling ball. He runs hard. He's physical. I don't know what his role is when Charbonnet
Eddie
comes
Lacy
back.
light?
Yeah, that's funny. That's exactly what Brian said. He was like, does he remind you a little bit of like a younger, good Eddie Lacy? And I was like, and I got distracted because I was like, oh, you remember young Eddie Lacy was really good. Like before he got here.
I ordered Panda last night, and I got some teriyaki chicken, and I thought I'll get veggies. I couldn't do it. Have to get the orange chicken. I did think of Eddie Lacy. Like, he was a big Chinese food guy.
I think I still follow Eddie Lacy on Twitter just because I found him entertaining. But yeah, maybe he's very low to the ground. Again, it's more, I see more of that Natron Means, Maurice Jones-Drew kind of look. Eddie Lacy was a lot bigger, I think. I mean, maybe you look at the height and weight.
Yes.
Maybe you look at the height. I think just taller. I don't know. Maybe there's probably some similarity there, but I think those other two guys are probably more where my mind goes. The defense, I think, had a much better day yesterday than the offense. I heard that the opposite was true on Saturday, and Morris seemed to think so also. But there's just nowhere to run. There's nowhere to throw. And especially when you get to the 2s-on-2s or 3s-on-3s, I feel bad. It's really hard to judge Jalen Milroe.
Yep.
It's really hard to judge him. He takes a check down so often. Like just these little dump pass, 5-yard pass, 7-yard pass. There's not a lot of throwing the ball 18, 25 yards downfield from Jalen Milroe especially. But it doesn't seem as if he's missing guys. It's just that,
he was a little bit on Saturday.
Okay, maybe he was on Saturday. I didn't see that on Sunday. Just from my observation, it was more like, okay, there's nowhere to throw the ball because the 3s on defense are insane. They're so deep. So it makes it hard to judge him.
You know what this defense is?
I want him to be good.
As you say that, stands out to me, and maybe yesterday, this weekend, the coolest training camp of just about any in America, right? Wasn't it like low 70s?
Beautiful out.
Oh, yeah, for the players, just incredible. But this defense just clouds everything. First, second, third, it's just cloudy. Like the running lanes are murky and cloudy. The passing lanes, there's always 2 safeties. There's always linebackers getting depth. The windows are just tight. It's uncomfortable. It's an uncomfortable play. And we saw that from every quarterback in the league, save for Baker and Stafford. And first occasion was Stafford, but the other two, he seemed to find a lot of sunshine and open lanes. But outside of that, man, this defense really makes it difficult.
There's nothing lamer in those practices than when the quarterback takes off after like not being able to find something downfield. You're just like, oh, come on. Now it's a little different when Jalen Milroe had like a bootleg. That feels totally like, okay, bootleg, and who was trying to catch him? That's a
viable option.
That's something that's part of the play.
That's right.
I'm trying to think of who it was who was trying to catch him it's like, yeah, no, good luck. He just cruised by him. But like, I don't know, seeing like, oh, and then they're going to scramble for 5 yards. Like, I don't know. Avery was there. She was very impressed, I think, understandably, by all the different ways they mimic opponents. And the more you get there, the more you see more. I know you were talking about them throwing the bags from their knees.
So she wasn't just talking about it.
She was videoing it.
More
went viral.
National. Thank you.
All right.
ESPN reached out to her for her video.
That's true.
Okay.
But one thing they were doing, so they had all those like big, what are they, yoga balls? What do you call the big balls that you like sit on for?
Sure.
Yoga balls? Is that what they were called?
Medicine balls?
Medicine. No, not medicine balls. Physio
Big,
balls, like the big, huge, spongy ones.
Come on, Ryan.
And we were trying to figure out what they were going to be used for. You know what they use them for during practice? I don't know if you guys do that. I've heard you're doing some coaching, Brock, so I don't know if you guys have used anything like this. They roll them at running backs once they get through the line of scrimmage to emulate defenders coming at them in the open field.
Yep.
So that was pretty cool. Then they had like heavier balls, so they had like a running back would take. We watched running backs for a while, but they would take a handoff and have to go through one lane or the other. They had the small bags or cones on the ground to have lanes. And a coach would stand in the middle and put a giant ball in one lane or the other so that they would have to go the other way. And that was cool. I could make a quick decision on which way to cut in a zone blocking scheme. Then they had one where as they would get the ball, first they would have to duck under a archway of some sort that they had built. And you don't want to duck, obviously, head down, but like get low to get under this and then push a ball out of the way as if it was like a defender or like a pile that was sort of crashing down near their legs and then get around the edge. So all the different ways they have to emulate defenders by using equipment was pretty cool. Pretty cool. So anyhow, that was about it. I couldn't tell much about Fleury. I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to tell. I thought Grace
Hard
Abel's
to gauge.
answer was
I
good.
appreciated what Grace Abel said there, and maybe we'll replace some of that in Blue 88 tomorrow. What does it mean to see it differently? And I think Gray gives you a picture there of what was so intriguing to the staff. That this guy, when he stands behind a play, Salk, when all you've done is coach O-line, or all you've done is coach tight ends, guess what? You become like a mile deep and an inch wide on your position. Like you know everything about that position. But when you've coached everything, and especially defense, and you know, like, yep, this is what the defense is doing here. Yep, this is the front, this is a call, this is a movement, this is stunt, this all, because you've coached defense for all those years as he has, he's kind of seeing it through both optics, which when done right and done well, can be pretty uniquely different.
All right. Well, practice is just now getting underway for the next few weeks here. Should be awesome. They're back at it today at 1 o'clock. Albert Breer is going to be there. First, he will be here at 8:30 to come hang out with us for a little while. So we'll do that after everything you need to know next.
Seattle Sports, home of Bumpin' Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Safety Nick and Manwari on PUP to begin training camp. One thing I want to say about preseason PUP is it is not the PUP list to miss time during the season.
It could be something real simple. And they're like, all right, he's already in good shape. He's been to all of our stuff. It's not like he's going to get lots of reps during preseason games. I'm hoping it's just being really, really cautious when it comes to Nick and Manwari.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
When you're injured in a motorcycle crash, don't settle for firms that say they're motorcycle lawyers. Trust the ones who actually live it, because you need someone who understands the ride. It's Bob Stelton here, and for 25 years, Law Tigers has helped thousands of riders. One mission only, to serve the motorcycle community. With Law Tigers, you never ride alone. That's why riders have trusted Law Tigers, because this isn't just what they do, it's who they are. They're there 24/7, 365 days a year, because riders deserve real support whenever they need it. Your case evaluation is always free, and there are no fees until your case settles. They're going to help you get your bike and your gear repaired or replaced, because they know how much those things mean to you. Law Tigers, 25 years strong and still riding with you. Call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS or visit lawtigers.com. Again, that's 1-800-LAW-TIGERS. With Law Tigers, you never ride alone. Law Tigers, Washington's motorcycle lawyers. Cook Law Office, PLLC, 539 Broadway, Unit 104, Tacoma, Washington, 98402.
Dave Wyman here. Fast Water Heater has kept our water warm since 1986. That's just before my rookie year. Now they're a part of Fast Home Services, applying that same standard of excellence to your whole house. Plumbing, heating, cooling, electrical, the name you trust to keep your family comfortable, safe, happy, and healthy. Call 1-800-THINK-FAST to book your free in-home estimate or visit fasthomeservices.com for a virtual quote in seconds for water heaters, plumbing, HVAC, and electrical services.
Ready to relax, unwind, and feel your best? The Spa Warehouse Summer Savings Expo is on now. Enjoy big savings on in-stock hot tubs and swim spas. Hot tubs start as low as $3,999 with savings up to $3,000 on select models. Score incredible deals on in-stock swim spas. Save up to $7,700. Plus, interest-free financing through 2028 on approved credit. The expo ends this Friday. Don't delay. Your best life starts at the Spa Warehouse.
Summer is for sunshine.
It's a beautiful day out for baseball here at T-Mobile Park.
Summer is for moonshots.
He just absolutely obliterates this! Multi-homer game, Cole Young!
Summer is for Mariners baseball.
Epperson is racing over, slides up! He makes the catch! Incredible!
So listen for the cheers and follow your ears to T-Mobile Park. Because where else can you travel to on a ferry boat and then eat crab nachos out of a ferry boat?
How sweet it
is! It is the sweetest, Rick. Mariners baseball. Tridents up.
The Mariners are back in town this Friday, and the fun gets started with 50 Seasons Fireworks Night, presented by T-Mobile. Then don't miss Aloha Shirt Day Saturday, presented by Fred Meyer, and Super Mario Day Sunday, featuring a Julio Rodriguez bobblehead giveaway. Thanks to Nintendo. Get your tickets at mariners.com.
Not all roofs are created equal, and not all warranties are either. This is Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. Right now, take advantage of free lifetime Golden Pledge warranties on all GAF shingle installations and save up to $3,000 or choose 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest up to 24 months. Summertime savings won't last forever. Protect your home with a roof you can count on for decades. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today. Held to a higher standard since 1968.
Mariners and Rangers this morning in Texas. First pitch 11:35, pregame 10:30. Every pitch, every game, one app for free. The Seattle Sports app.
Earn money while you listen, earn money while you drive, earn money while you sleep. Dave Wyman here, and I know we're all looking for ways to add extra income without adding extra hours to our workday. How about joining a credit union where your money earns money? That's Harborstone Credit Union, founded in 1955 for local, hard-working people. They have a money market special offering strong returns for your hard-earned money. All it takes is a couple clicks of the mouse at harborstone.com/money market to open one. As soon as it's opened, you start earning 3.75% annual percentage yield. The best part, you retain full access to your money the entire time. Harborstone Credit Union is the hard-working credit union built for people like you and me. Get the most out of your money with Harborstone Credit Union. Open a money market account online at harborstone.com/money market. That's harborstone.com/money market. Insured by NCUA.
The Boeing Classic welcomes the world's greatest golf legends to the Pacific Northwest, August 14th through the 16th at the Club at Snoqualmie Ridge. Watch Masters champions and Golf Hall of Famers compete for a $2.3 million purse at the only PGA Tour champion stop in the region. Bring the whole family and make sure to check out the Seahawks Village, packed with fun for all ages. Tickets start at just $20 and kids get in free. Visit BoeingClassic.com to get yours today.
Come join Cascade Machinery and Electric, where your skills really matter. Family owned and the Pacific Northwest industrial equipment leader for over 100 years. They're hiring manual and job shop machinists in Seattle and Spokane. If you're a skilled machinist at any level that takes pride in your craft, come join the Cascade Machinery and Electric team. Visit cascade-machinery.com/careers and apply today. Cascade Machinery and Electric, powering the Pacific Northwest since 1918.
need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Got a lot of good news in that there really hasn't been a lot of news so far coming out of Seahawks camp, but that's a good thing. We'll see whether or not Hard Knocks is able to make something out of what right now is a fairly tranquil camp, a team that I think has a pretty good sense of who they are, who they want to be, understanding how to kind of start at the beginning. Mike McDonald, the run it forward mindset. He likes how the team is embracing that.
Yeah, guys have been awesome. They've really done a great job of setting the mindset, and I think it's one of those things, like, we put emphasis on it, but like we're not extra here. We're just kind of is what it is. We just tell each other the way we want to do things, and then we go attack it. And I think just like if you just boil it down to the lowest common denominator, it's like, look, I'm different than I was this time of last year. I'm different than I was at the end of the season. We got, 30% of our roster is probably different. We got changes at our coaching staff, guys with new perspectives and a lot of life things that have happened. So we're all kind of new people here in this situation, which by definition makes us a new team too. So it's pretty simple when you kind of boil it down like that.
Kind of to your point earlier, there's just not a lot of show in this crew. It's just a lot more walk and transparency. And I've been around and heard enough stories through the years, Salk, of places where, we're going to try to put on a show. Yeah, I'm going to try to get mad, and I want you to stack these boxes, and I'm going to kick these boxes down, and I'm going to try to entertain and do all of this. And it's just not John Schneider. That's not Mike McDonald. That's not consistent with so many of the players and the way they're wired as well. And by the way, you mentioned Hard Knocks. Did you notice them yesterday? Did that stand out to you?
The
and
cameras.
Avery?
Yeah. I mean, they're everywhere, right? They have big cameras, and everybody there has a Hard Knocks.
But eventually,
Knocks
they just kind of like the back, like a baseball net when you sit in the nice seats.
I think from where we were, it didn't affect anything. It was obvious that there were a lot of people there, but until you start seeing the results of what they're doing, right? The actual episodes.
Which, by the way, is what, August 4th or 5th?
Next week, next Tuesday, I think it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't wait. It's going to be so much fun. I'm really looking forward to having.
Did you make a scene? Were you thinking of doing anything?
No.
No,
didn't make a scene. No, I didn't do that.
Kind of quiet guy.
Here's the second
people that know you
need to know. Kept it pretty quiet. Yeah. Talked to Brady for a while. Talked to Brian Nemhauser. That's about it.
That's about it.
NASA, Dave Pearson. That's about it. By the way, one member of the Seahawks PR staff does a spot-on Sean McVay. I won't give you any more details than that on the air, but spot on. Accent, the whininess, really all of not the
McVay.
McVay. It's not as good as my impression. Yeah. Dom Canzone, Brock, did he save the Mariners season yesterday? He might have.
The 2-0.
No,
swung on and destroyed. It is high. It is deep. It is gone. Dom Canzone, 3-run home run, and the Mariners have the lead. It is 4-3 in the 7th inning. That was the big swing the Mariners have been looking for. A no-doubt monster blast off the bat of Dom Canzone.
All right, you can say no, but you don't hit that home run and you lose that game yesterday, and you were in big trouble.
No, I don't say no. I just say no in kind of the Buster only. They're sleepwalking, and it's like a startle in the middle of the night. Cole Young's startle. Oh, that saved him. Oh, Cal Raleigh's 3-run. Oh,
well,
that kind of saved the season.
It can save you.
Oh, Dom, it
can save you without fixing you. Big
That's
difference.
A better way.
I didn't say fix them. Well, it's not a better way. It's actually the same way. I just didn't say fix. I said save, and your mind went to fix.
That's a good way to say it.
I'm not saying it fixed their
season.
Say
that first time.
That's what I said. Yeah, that's actually exactly what I said. I'll just say it a second time. Saved it. Didn't necessarily, prolonged it. Kept it going here. You lose that game
for this series. Salvaged, and now a chance to make even.
Did you win this game today, and all of a sudden you split on the road with Texas and you go to L.A.? It's a completely different world than it felt like yesterday before that home run and before they end up winning that game. It's important. It really was a huge win yesterday for the team, but it only really matters if you're able to keep it going. It, in and of itself, isn't enough. But, yeah, win today, and things look a whole lot different. It'll be George Kirby who has the responsibility. Kamar Rocker goes for Texas. 11:35 a.m. first pitch means pregame show will start at 10:30.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Trade deadline, of course. We're just over a week, a week away, a week from today, excuse me. Yep. Ken Rosenthal on foul territory, doubling down on Emerson Hancock being one of the best options.
With Castillo, it's a little difficult to trade him. He's got big money next year. He's got a vesting option the year after that. And for that reason, the Mariners have at least been listening on Emerson Hancock, who has had a breakout campaign. He's been really good, and he's effectively their sixth starter with two kids at Double-A waiting to come up, and another guy, Logan Evans, who will be back next year from Tommy John surgery. Unlike virtually every other team, they have depth at the starting rotation spot. And you can say the Dodgers have depth, yeah, but Blake Snell and Glasnow are on the IL, so it's not the same kind of thing. The Mariners are in a great spot here, and they need a right-handed bat. Could Emerson Hancock bring a controllable right-handed bat? I would think that would be the case, yes.
By the way, Kate Anderson.
Oh, filthy.
Unbelievable.
Just kind of all these innings you're just using of his, right? Those are 5 perfect game innings.
He didn't pitch for like almost a month.
Right.
So.
Well, he did the Futures game, and he got enough little,
I know, but like it's not like he's been going out and doing he got like a lot of time off here during the All-Star break.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. He needed it.
I
Save
agree.
some of those innings.
Okay. That's everything.
I saw a little, I don't know if it was Churchill, if it was somebody local that came up with this. Just throwing it out there with Luis as far as salary to salary. Like if you're trying to quote unquote kind of dump salary in the $27 million for next year, Santander out of Toronto is due just about kind of the same over the next couple years. He's been struggling as that whole Toronto team has largely been struggling.
I do like me some Santander. He's not played well the last year and a half, and he's been hurt and this and that. But I do like me some Anthony Santander. Like I would be, that is not an unintriguing idea, and maybe it eventually works out. Yeah, that's sort of along the Carlos Silva for Milton Bradley type of idea. So, all right, it sounds like Albert Breer is here. He was just parking a moment ago. Yeah, he's going to come in, so he's going to sit down here, Brock. We got him for a half hour, but like, I mean, I told you, like after watching the Odyssey last weekend, like go Calypso on him, feed him some lotus flower, and we'll see what time he actually ends up getting out of here. The great Albert Breer next, exactly, on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, home of Wyman and Bob.
Cole Young, I mean, he just comes up clutch.
Afternoons 2 to 7.
Game's on the line. Say you're tied, 2 outs. Who do you want up at the plate right now? At this very moment after 100 games, who do you trust the most up there? For a young guy in his first full season, he's had some big moments already.
Cole Young's only 22, so it's really exciting for the future.
And by the way, the only player on this roster to play every single game.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Highlights don't win games. The full box score does. I'm Brock Heward, and most business leaders aren't short on data. They're short on clarity. Numbers are scattered across ERP, CRMs, and spreadsheets, making decisions reactive instead of confident. And that's not how great businesses are built. Marquee IQ brings all your data together into one clear view, even if it lives in disconnected systems or offline, so you can see what's really happening and act faster. Stop running your business on highlights. Get the full picture. Visit datathatwins.com to see what Marquee IQ can do.
Pacific Power Batteries understands batteries for golfers, batteries for your car, your golf cart, and your bag's electric cart. We also sell good, used, 5-year-old E-Z-Go and Yamaha golf carts with a written satisfaction guarantee starting as low as $17.99. Located in Everett, Marysville, Mount Vernon, Bellingham, Monroe, and Wenatchee, you'll find our staff is well-trained in batteries and the latest charging technology. Pacific Power Batteries, with batteries for golfers.
If the customer wants to be met in Seattle, then let's get that car from Kirkland to Seattle so that customer can come in there and transact.
The Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Dino was suffering from a rotator cuff tear in his right shoulder.
Part of the pain is like taking off my shirt. I couldn't even really button my pants. I could actually qualify for a shoulder replacement if I wanted to go that route.
He chose to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
I heard the commercials for Dr. Wagner. I did my research. I thought about surgery But the recovery time was so long, I didn't want to have to be in this sling. I want to be able to retire in a few months, get back to bike riding and playing golf without any pain in my shoulder.
Dino knew from experience that stem cell therapy works. Dr. Wagner had already helped him recover from osteoarthritis in his thumb, but he's not done yet.
And now 2 years later, I'm having an issue with my left shoulder, so I've got it scheduled, and I'm going to go back to see Dr. Wagner again because it was so successful.
Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Every job's different, so why not your equipment plan? Rent it when you need it. Buy it when you're ready. Levitt Machinery makes it easy to get to work. Need a lift? Stack it, reach it, lift it, Levitt.
Olympic Hot Tub has more ways than ever to achieve total wellness at home. Immerse yourself in a saltwater hot spring spa and let jets melt stress away. Enjoy a refreshing swim in an endless pool swim spa. Retreat to healing warmth and detox in a Tilo sauna. Then awaken mind and body with a cold plunge. You'll be saying, ah, in no time. Your path to wellness starts today at Olympic Hot Tub. Current specials with exciting savings at olympichottub.com. Better you, better life.
Be all in on summer with service from Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland. Heading out on a road trip? Make sure your Toyota is ready to go during the Toyota Tires Savings Event. Save $100 on 4 eligible tires. And with an open service drive and no appointment necessary, getting expert Toyota service has never been easier. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. ToyotaofRenton.com and ToyotaofKirkland.com. And make sure to check out their service specials page. Offers valid through July 31st, 2026. See dealer for details.
Mariners and Rangers this morning in Texas. First pitch 11:35. Pre-game 10:30. Every pitch, every game, one app for free. The Seattle Sports app.
We all know a cancer diagnosis is physically and emotionally draining, but it can be financially draining too. That's why Northwest Hope and Healing is here to help. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda, a plastic surgeon who is proud to be part of Northwest Hope and Healing's mission. We provide a lifeline for breast and gynecologic cancer patients. We cover essentials like food, utilities, and childcare so patients can focus on healing. Since the year 2000, we have distributed over $3 million in direct financial assistance to thousands of local cancer patients. And you can make a direct impact. Mark your calendar for Life in Color, a summer brunch, auction, and fashion show on August 23rd at the Somme Hotel and Spa in Woodinville. It's an unforgettable afternoon of hope and inspiration, celebrating local cancer survivors. Get your tickets now for Life in Color on August 23rd. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
Guys, I'll never forget the first time I saw somebody get results at our clinic. He was an 81-year-old man who hadn't been intimate with his wife in over 8 years. Viagra had stopped working for him, and he was desperate for help. After several treatments, he walked into my office and told me he couldn't believe the results. Needless to say, this was a very happy man. This man made me a believer in what we do. He had taken pills for years, but he had never fixed the problem. When he came to us, we fixed the problem. Our treatment does what no pill can do. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. Change your life today, like the thousands of men who already have.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy. With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
It's so rare that we get visitors, Brock. I mean, we're here in Seattle, Southeast Alaska, and nobody ever comes to visit us, but we do have an actual in-studio visitor today, which is fun. Albert Breer, good friend of the show from the same small hometown as me, and in town for Seahawks practice today. Hey, buddy, how are you?
What's up? Hey, Brock, how we doing?
Does Bert do what you and others do, Salk? Does he send his kids off to camps up in Maine for
that's
months
a good question.
and months on end?
Yeah, do your kids do the overnight camp?
No. don't think my wife would stand for that. It sounds great.
You didn't do that as a kid
No.
either?
Nope.
Oh, man, I did. It was great. 2 months. See you later. Parents
Yeah.
come up and visit you once on visiting day.
Well, I
write
know
letters.
it's like a lot of Jewish parents. Like
yeah.
Somebody was explaining that to me.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
something cultural behind that
Oh,
like,
yeah.
is from like, all the New Yorkers.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
All the New Yorkers.
Yeah,
right?
Boston, too. Yeah, it's both. Yeah.
But
It's not Jewish camp, but it's Jewish camp.
It's like I'm serious though, Brock. It's like a cultural thing.
It's
like
true.
It's not.
There are
and
Jewish overnight camps, but I didn't go to one. But I would say in my cabin, if there were 15 people, 13 of them were Jewish.
But there was like there's like an explanation behind it too, and I can't remember what it was, but it goes back to like the 20s or 30s or
well,
something
it's
like
sports
that.
camps, and we all have to find we can only play against each other. It's the only way to have competition where you actually get to be out on the field yourself instead of watching from the sidelines.
Or is it the American way? Because in Israel, doesn't every teenager have to serve?
Yeah, that's
so
true.
This is kind of the American way.
I don't know. I don't know. All right. Anyway, enough about my my camp experience. You're here. What do you expect to find?
Yeah, I'm interested because everything seems to it happened so fast, and it happened in Mike McDonald's second year and Sam Darnold's first year here, and so it's. I remember coming in and I remember talking to you guys last year about how I felt like I put this team like kind of on the same plane as the Packers. And I said those two teams look to me like teams that if you got some good young players, if those guys can elevate to becoming great, then maybe you really have something. And I feel like that's what happened with Seattle last year with guys like JSN and Cross and Witherspoon. Byron Murphy, I think, took a big step last year. And so that to me is the exciting part of it is like, you can still like look at those guys and look how old they are and say a lot of those guys are ascending. Now, there are guys that you're going to have to replace, Kobe Bryant, Boye Mafe, and so, I mean, obviously Kenneth Walker, and we'll see what Jadarian Price brings to the table. But, I think the interesting part about it is it looks to me like a team that still could be ascending. The second piece that I think is really interesting going forward, and maybe the Witherspoon situation relates to this a little bit, is, one of the things that I think John Schneider learned from the last time, was it 14 years ago now, 13, 14 years ago now when they last won, was you can't keep everybody. And keeping everybody and paying everybody at the top of the market, as nice as it is to reward people for what they've accomplished, can create problems. And so, I think there's some stuff he's learned from that where we have to continue to draft and develop, and we have to be judicious about who we keep and who we let go. And so I think the idea now is to kind of keep the player development model that they've built churning the way that it has been the last few years. And obviously, I think post Russell Wilson trade, they've done a great job of reestablishing themselves as a team that's at the top of the league in that department.
Bert, this time of year, you'll travel. You'll see so many of these teams and all the different camps. When you go to the different camps, what do you expect to hear from people about Mike and John?
I think it's interesting because I do think there's an element of you don't have to. There's not just one way to do it. And the next camp I'm going to from here is Arizona. And
that's the way to do it.
The new head coach.
You want to do it however they're doing it is the way to do it.
No, but the new head coach there is Mike LaFleur, which is a very much and I like Mike, but Mike's very much an inside the box hire, right? Let's go find the next McVay, Shanahan guy and plug him in, and he happens to be Matt's little brother. I think what the Seahawks have done over the last couple of years is showing that it can be done a different way. And Mike McDonald, for better or worse, a young defensive coach who did not play, right? Because you think a lot of the guys who've come from the defensive side of the ball that have had success as head coaches, a lot of them were players. D'Amico Ryans, Mike Vrabel. So Mike McDonald's an outside the box hire, and we saw I think Jesse Minter was somebody who benefited from that, in the amount of interest, not just getting the Baltimore job, but the amount of interest he had, and then how you acquired the quarterback. That. It wasn't just an all-in we're going to find one guy and push all of our chips to the middle of the table, take them in the top 10 and let's go. They stuck with Geno for a year and then they went and found Sam Darnold. So I think that's a lot of it, Brock, is how the Seahawks have, I think, been willing to just look under every rock to find a way to build the right operation. And it does feel like the Seahawks operation is in a really good place right now.
When do you go to see the Rams? Is that after Arizona?
That'll be Saturday.
All right.
Friday.
So I'm a little curious. And Brock and I often feel like when we have national folks on our show, we sometimes turn into lobbyists. Yeah. Like we're sort of lobbying the Seattle storyline that doesn't necessarily get told all the time from everywhere.
Because you feel like you're ignored up here.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, we get a little chip on our shoulder.
Yeah.
So one thing that we keep hearing from people is, hey, like, I got this thing, like, I think Mike McDonald's like the defensive Sean McVay. And everyone thinks like they're the first person to have come up with this, and they're not, because like 100 people have made the comp. But I am here to make an argument to you that people should stop saying that. Because unlike Sean McVay, Mike McDonald's not just, well, no, he's not a big whiner. Well, why is Sean McVay such a big whiner?
What do you whine about?
Oh, the 2-point conversion, and it was picked up, and he's still mad about it. He spent his whole offseason obsessed with the idea that if they had just picked up the 2-point conversion play or whatever, then they would have won the Super Bowl.
Tell
as
Bert
if they didn't lose again.
Tell Bert what you call him.
Sean McBay. He's a big, whiny baby. Like, oh, I didn't win the Super Bowl. Maybe I'm going to retire. Oh, this isn't going to happen. Oh, maybe. Like, when did he become such a big whiner?
DeMarcus Lawrence was supposed to blitz. It was a zero blitz. He was supposed to blitz.
And now he's whining about his draft pick. Like, oh, I got this guy. Have you heard all the stuff he says about? He's so mean to his draft pick.
About Ty Simpson?
Oh, my God. Have you listened to any of that stuff?
What do you mean? Like
They asked him what Ty Simpson was best at, and he said, well, let me see. First of all, you got to know, this is Matt Stafford's team. Like, dude, that's just mean.
But they're being careful about Stafford.
It sounds like he's miserable.
I mean, but that's what it was from the very beginning. Was like, we got to be very careful about Stafford. I will say this, Mike. He is aware of it. Like, he is aware of, like, I think there came a point a couple of years ago. It's like, I gotta stop talking publicly about my future this way. So he is aware of it.
Good.
Like, so
I guess my point is
the 2-point conversion thing. This is the biggest level of complaints I've heard about his complaining about it. So this is new to me.
Well, it's just fun. I don't know, whatever. Yeah. Look, I guess my point is this. I'd rather have Mike McDonald than Sean McVay.
Mike is more, I think Mike would be less apt to engage in that. It's hard for me to see Mike.
You don't have to answer. You don't have to sit here and say I'm right. You just have to understand.
Mike would just smirk at you.
Yeah.
If
there was something, though.
If there was a situation like that, he would just smirk at you and say, you know, I know. Let's move on.
Isn't that the difference, honestly, between offensive DNA and defensive DNA?
Yeah.
I think they're going to explain it offensively. I think they're going to rationalize it. I think they're going to say the whiteboard did this. We should have did that. I moved my chess pieces better. And defensive guys are going to say,
it is what it is.
It is what it is. And go execute.
Here's the result. This is the result, and we got to deal with it.
So is this the beginning of the Seahawks window? We had Daniel Jeremiah on the other day because we were trying to reply to Bucky Brooks, who had the Seahawks going 7-10 in his prediction. And we were like, well, that doesn't make any sense. So we talked to Bucky, and then we had DJ on. DJ's like, well, this is the beginning of their window.
Yeah.
Is this the beginning of the Seahawks window?
You could make the argument that, like, last year was sort of a year early, right? Like, now sometimes when teams arrive a year early, there is a step back, and so would that be surprising based on the division that they're in? It wouldn't be a stunner if they took a small step back because they won the Super Bowl last year. But, yeah, I mean, and it's for all the reasons I laid out, right? Like, now – there are some guys on the roster that are a little older that you are eventually going to have to replace. I mean, Leonard Williams was – I don't think Leonard Williams got near the amount of credit he deserved last year. I thought he was one of the best players in the league at any position, and he's in his 30s. So it's not like there's no questions they'll have to ask going forward. Eventually you're going to have to extend Sam Darnold. But, yeah, I mean, if you look at the guts of the roster, again, it's JSN, it's Cross, it's Witherspoon, it's Murphy – it's all of these guys that are, right there at the front end of the prime of their careers. And if Darian Price can be what they think he's going to be, well, then you got the Kenneth Walker question answered, and you've got some runway with him because he's a rookie, So I think, like, a lot of those things, you're just looking at it, and it's like I said off the top, like, there are so many players on the team that are still ascending, and that's why you really look at it and say, even more so than the other team in the Super Bowl, which had a first-year head coach, like, there's a lot of meat left on the bone with the Seahawks.
I'm trying to think there, Bert, of your comment, and not to put you on the spot, and maybe we could think through this out loud, or you've already done it. when you said those teams that arrived early sometimes took a step back, who would some of those teams be?
How about the Packers Super Bowl team that beat Ben Roethlisberger?
Yeah.
Remember that team? The first Aaron Rodgers team?
They went 15-1 the next year and then lost in the divisional round. So they were really good the next year. I mean, I think the Tom Brady Patriots in 2001 would be a good example. They missed the playoffs the next year, and then the dynasty really got rolling. I just
maybe the Niners with Purdy, right? Getting there as a young.
Yeah, the Niners. Well, I'd say the Niners in 19 were like that was Kyle Shanahan's third year, and then I believe Garoppolo got hurt the next year, and they fell off a little bit.
Okay.
And even before that, if you want to go and look at like Kyle Shanahan, they went on that streak at the end of the year in 17. Everybody's like, okay, here we go. And then they tailed off in 18. So,
and it can happen, Bert, but this feels unique in this sense. I think all of those teams brought kind of head coach GM together, right? And they were kind of journeying together, whereas this one, you have so much continuity with John and the whole department and the staff and all the people there. That this one, I mean, not to say it can't happen, but this one just feels a little different
I agree.
in that build.
I don't have a ton of questions. I mean, look, I think it's okay. Brian Fleury replacing Clint Kubiak. It's Jadarian Price replacing Kenneth Walker. I mean, if you guys can worry about the guard situation if you want, like who's going to play opposite Gray Zabel, but that'll work itself out. I think you can mask that if there's an issue there. I just don't look at like a lot of positions as having these massive questions. I mean, even like, looking at guys like they got Derek Hall extended. I thought there was no way they were going to be able to bring back Rashid Shaheed. Now he's here. It's just they've answered a lot of questions.
I think one of the things that will jump out to you as you watch this team practice and then go to LA and see the Rams on Saturday, I think one of the things that will jump out to you is that the Rams are getting a lot of credit for having a great team this year, and they may very well have a great team. And their top 20 to 30 to 40 guys, if that's all you're taking, it might be a better group than what the Seahawks have. At the very least, you could have that conversation. I'd be surprised if that is 50, 60, 70 deep, the way a team actually, and that just seems to be, as I've been going back and rewatching all of the games from last year, or at least in highlight form, and then we've been talking about them every day, and the special teams and the depth and the number of people that contribute to all these wins just keeps jumping out to me. How rare is great depth in the NFL?
It's really hard to maintain, especially when you win, because when you win, then other people are going to be looking to pick guys away from you, not just because they're good players, but because they have championship experience. And there's sometimes a tax on those guys and why you have to let them go. So, that's why I'm saying, drafting well, and you guys have seen it here. I think John is, if not the best, one of the very best general managers in the league. Everyone has their slumps, right? Everyone hits a 2 or a 3 year patch where it becomes difficult to draft. And again, if you're dealing with attrition, it becomes hard to maintain depth. They've done a really good job here of that. I would agree, if the Rams have an issue, it's going to be what happens if a couple guys get hurt? Because they have done the secret, the big secret to what the Rams have done is everybody says F them picks, all that stuff. They've been able to find really good players outside the first round, and that's enabled them to use their first round picks as capital. So you look at guys, like Byron Young and Kobe Turner and Puka Nacua, Kyron Williams, they have found really good players outside the first round, which has allowed them to use the first round picks to go and take swings on guys like Myles Garrett. I'd say what you're getting at, Mike, is sort of what happened to them in the secondary last year, where they made the conscious decision. We think we can make it work with less in the secondary. And we think corners in the NFL are speed bumps, not stop signs, right? So we're going to invest all of our capital in our front, and what wound up costing them in the playoffs, and now they turn around and they trade for Trent McDuffie and they sign Jalen Watson. Now, that's a solution for now, but do you have the depth for it to stand up? And so I think those sorts of questions definitely exist on the Rams roster, but just as far as a starting 22, they're excellent. There aren't very many things to pick at when you look at their starting 22 as it stands, and then you see how the injury situation plays out over the course of the year.
So fun to have Bert Breer in studio with us. Bert, you've been a newsman for decades, and you've had a notepad, I'm sure. Do you still go notepad? Do you put notes in your phone?
I have like still have the reporter's notebook because you can slide it in your back pocket, so that's easy enough. And I can't type fast enough on my phone, so
no.
I know some people do voice notes. I just don't want to have to go back and transcribe it. You know what I mean? Like
you got AI for that now.
Yeah, you do. That's true. I should probably look at that.
So you got your notepad, you got Flurry on there.
Notes?
Me? No, but I'm not a reporter.
Okay.
No, Salk's got a photographic
Do you
memory.
take notes
Bert.
when you go out there at all, or no?
Depends.
Mental notes?
I mean, my notes don't have to be that detailed. They can just be on the phone. Yeah, that's fine.
Your notepad's got Flurry on there, rightfully so. Your
Yeah.
notepad's got Jadarian Price on there, rightfully so. Maybe the secondary or whatever, some of the guys that aren't there. Where is Sam Darnold on your notepad, and can you scribble anything new about him?
I don't think he's gotten nearly enough credit for how well he's played the last 2 years. And I think it's basically because people make their minds up on these guys, and I mean, he was excellent in the NFC Championship game. We can argue about how he played in the Super Bowl, but he did enough to put him in a position to win. I still look at Sam and I see, all right, so he, kind of his reset was after Carolina. He goes to San Francisco, and the limited opportunities he had there, he did really well. They thought the world of him. I know, Brian Fleury was actually there for that, and the guys who were there, Clinton and Fleury among them, thought he had a chance to really resurrect his career. And that was 23, and then 24 in Minnesota, off the charts during the regular season. Everything sort of collapsed in front of them. Their offensive line cratered in Week 18 in the playoffs. But he had a great year there. And then coming back last year, I thought he really built on so many of the things that he was able to accomplish in Minnesota, to a point where I feel like people should stop saying it was just Kevin O'Connell and Justin Jefferson. Those guys are great, but we've now seen him kind of acquit himself well in 3 different spots in 3 years. And so what I'm fascinated to see, Brock, is now he has a chance to build on it for the first time. You know what I mean? So those 3 years were kind of one off in San Francisco, one off in Minnesota, his first year in Seattle. Now, for the first time, he's had success and he has a chance to build on it.
All right. So at the end of this year, you can give him $60 million a year.
See, you're going to be in the situation that the Bucs are in now with Baker Mayfield, and I just think that's the price of admission. And I know.
Can I pause you right there, Bert? Can I just pause you real quickly? Have you watched any of the QB documentary yet? Have you had a chance to do that?
I have not. I watched a little of the first episode, but I haven't had a chance to dive into it.
I'll tell you what, Baker is a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, the one thing that jumps out to me, he is a lot, both on the field, injury-wise, off the field. And I don't think it's just the documentary hyping that up. I think that he is fueled by the exterior. He's fueled by emotion. He's fueled by disrespect. He's fueled by all this stuff. Mm-hmm. He plays recklessly. Guys love him. But, man, that compare and contrast for me on paper kind of makes sense with him and Sam and resurrecting careers and all that, but they're very different players.
Yep.
So ultimately, does some of that, a lot, play into Tampa's hesitancy to sign the deal right now or put the deal on the table?
Sam is not a lot, which is kind of to his credit. You know what I mean? Sam is very. I'd say Sam is one of the more low maintenance quarterbacks.
He might be too little. That might be part of it.
He's just so smooth and calm, and there's not. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
No, you put a low maintenance list together, he might top that in all the NFL.
Yeah, he's just. I don't think I've met a person who doesn't like Sam Darnold who's been around him. So, but yeah, I think with Baker, it's more. So how do we pay this guy? It's we've seen some of these guys. Geno was one of them. Baker, Sam, that have resurrected their careers. Daniel Jones, and so we've seen those guys get the mid-level contracts. How many of those guys have now taken it to the next level and gotten the contract after that? And how do you assign that contract? And I think the closest thing to it might be Goff. Goff didn't go through the okay, I've got to play on 3 different teams the way that Sam and Baker did, but Goff came in on what became an affordable contract for Detroit, and then Detroit had to go in and redo him, and that's where Tampa is now. I thought it was interesting, too. You mentioned him being a lot, Brock. This part of it was interesting to me, was he came out in the media and said, and I like Baker, but he came out in the media and he said, well, we're still very far apart. At the point he said that, which was the middle of June, the Buccaneers had made an offer, and his camp hadn't even countered yet. So, to come out and say we're far apart and we're not close, and you haven't even, communicated to the team what you want yet, and the team's made an offer. So, I think they get something done, but, I don't think you're wrong to look at that end of it and that, there could be some drama here. The other part was he said, well, I want to get this done before training camp, and that's my deadline, knowing that the team had done 3 extensions in the last 2 summers, 3 big extensions in the last 2 summers for veteran players, during camp. So it's kind of I want you to do this before you did those. Yeah. So there's
my timeline.
There's just little things that I think, he didn't say that stuff by accident, right? So you wonder how that's going to affect the tenor of the conversation.
Sometimes I wonder with Baker if he does say things on accident, if it's
Maybe
not always entirely.
yeah.
With some guys, I think you're right. With him, I often wonder whether or not some of it is an accident.
But I think he does intend to stay there, Brock. He for a lot of his career, his home base was Austin. He pulled up roots and moved there and had kids there, and so I do think he has an intention, a real intention, to be the Buccaneers quarterback for a long time to
come. Is he living in that stadium now too, the way he did in Cleveland? Because that was amazing how he did that, living right in the stadium. I saw all the commercials for it. All right, well, so those are all good. That's all good. You still have a few more minutes? Can you stick around for a few more? All right, we're going to take a quick break because we still got to answer the actual question. It's not should the Bucs pay or will they pay Baker Mayfield. It's do you pay $60 million for one of these quarterbacks that has reclaimed their career?
Yep.
Can you still win? Is that the best strategy to win? More with Albert Breer next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, home of Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Safety Nick Manwari on PUP to begin training camp. One thing I want to say about preseason PUP is it is not the PUP list to miss time during the season.
It could be something real simple. And they're like, all right, he's already in good shape. He's been to all of our stuff. It's not like he's going to get lots of reps during preseason games. I'm hoping it's just being really, really cautious when it comes to Nick and Manwari.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Ready to relax, unwind, and feel your best? The Spa Warehouse Summer Savings Expo is on now. Enjoy big savings on in-stock hot tubs and swim spas. Hot tubs start as low as $3,999 with savings up to $3,000 on select models. Score incredible deals on in-stock swim spas. Save up to $7,700. Plus, interest-free financing through 2028 on approved credit. The expo ends this Friday. Don't delay. Your best life starts at the Spa Warehouse.
The Boeing Classic welcomes the world's greatest golf legends to the Pacific Northwest, August 14th through the 16th at the club at Snoqualmie Ridge. Watch Masters champions and Golf Hall of Famers compete for a $2.3 million purse at the only PGA Tour champion stop in the region. Bring the whole family and make sure to check out the Seahawks Village, packed with fun for all ages. Tickets start at just $20 and kids get in free. Visit BoeingClassic.com to get yours today.
Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Thinking about a new roof or exterior upgrade, but worried about the cost? This is Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. We've created our summertime savings event to make it simple and affordable. Save up to $3,000 off your exterior project or get 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest up to 24 months. And every qualifying GAF roof is backed by our lifetime Golden Pledge warranty. One call gets you started. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today. Held to a higher standard since 1968.
Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton are all in on celebrating savings all July long. Lease a 2026 Tacoma SR5 for $327 a month, or spend the summer in a 2026 4Runner SR5, leasing at $387 a month. Both vehicles lease for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Go all in this summer at Toyota, whether you're in the north or the south. Visit them at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com. Offers valid through August 3rd, 2026 on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and a $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
We expect our information in real time. US Med carries continuous glucose monitors, which provide real-time readings of blood glucose levels. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. So call 888-665-0696 today for a free insurance and Medicare benefits check as easy as... That's 888-665-0696.
We're all looking for ways to add extra income without adding extra hours. How about joining a credit union where your money earns money? Dave Wyman for Harborstone Credit Union. They have a money market special offering strong returns for your hard-earned money. Open yours at harborstone.com/moneymarket and start earning 3.75% annual percentage yield. The best part is you retain full access to your money the entire time. That's harborstone.com, insured by NCUA.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS4KIDS. Donation is super easy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS4KIDS to donate your car today. That's cars with a K.
Guys, your testosterone level impacts your energy, drive, weight, hair loss, and even ED. Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your T level for free. For your free T level check, exam, and consultation, call 206-529-1111 or visit revivemenshealth.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
So I've fed him the lotus flower, and now he can't leave. Like Odysseus. He's going to be stuck here
Was
for 7
he in
years.
his notepad trying to put together his top 5 lowest maintenance quarterbacks in the NFL? 'Cause that sounds like a good article right there, Bert.
Top 5 lowest maintenance.
That'd be like
everybody does their rankings of quarterbacks. Everybody's their own spin. How about Bert Breer comes out with your top 5 lowest maintenance quarterbacks?
It'd be like
in the NFL.
it'd be like the Josh McCown Award.
Yeah,
you get to stick. Your
I'm
reward is
telling
you get to stick around the league.
I say that to guys though, like when I talk to guys who have become backups, and I'll always say like just use Josh McCown as your example. That guy made like an extra, and I love Josh, made an extra $30 or $40 million just because he's a great guy and everybody wants to have him around.
So do you have like the other side, like, hey, don't, like your cautionary tale of the backup quarterback? Because I could think of one. Cautionary tale didn't stick around for that long as a backup. Don't be a big instigator.
Herbert seems low maintenance. Brock Purdy seems low maintenance. Sam is incredibly low maintenance.
Yeah, Brock's low maintenance for sure. Yeah. I mean, I think Goff is relatively low maintenance.
Yep.
I thought Jacoby Brissett was low maintenance. I think he still is. I think he just had to deal with Arizona.
No, but I mean, good for him. Like if he squeezed an extra $10 million out of him, I mean, how much longer is he going to be able to draw an NFL paycheck to be able to? He's going to be 34 in December. Like to be able to squeeze an extra $10 million. I mean, God bless America. Good for him.
So an extra $10 million. That's essentially the conversation. I don't know what the right number is because $60 million today might not be $60 million next year, and the cap changes and all that. But are you going to pay Sam Darnold top-tier quarterback money, knowing that means you probably need to win with a team that has 2 fewer good players than you have right now. Winning without Jaron Reed and DeMarcus Lawrence, or winning without, I don't know who the two guys are.
I think you sort of have to because, like, as long as you've got a team that's in a championship window, like it looks like this team is going to be in a championship window for a while, you have to give them a answer at quarterback that works. And where are you going to find that answer at quarterback if you're drafting at the bottom of the first round, right? And like you're in this, like unless some opportunity comes along where it's like, yes, that's what we want. Now,
I mean, that's how they got Sam Darnold.
And that's what's interesting about it,
and
right?
you were the one who said just a half hour ago that this is a team that is willing to do things differently and think outside the box. Right. Is it the right thing to do to pay a good quarterback? Sam is a good quarterback.
Yeah.
Is he going to be a great quarterback if and when you pay him at the top of the market and take away 2 of the weapons that would be around? I don't mean wide receiver weapons, but just weapons on the team.
Yeah, 2 pieces from the team. And I think that's it's an interesting question because the cap is getting to a point where it's like, I mean, if we're up at 350, 400 million in the next few years, I really don't. I wonder if this becomes more of a cash issue for teams than a cap issue, and like basically like do teams have are they liquid enough to pay some of the bonus money that's gonna be going out and everything else? Because
I don't know, Bert, did you see the Packers financials?
Yeah, and that was fascinating. Like that to me, I don't know if you guys saw what Ed Policy said about them losing money, and that felt to me like a warning shot, like another lockout could be coming, and that the owners are going to be looking to claw back something where I was there
when a lockout after getting $9.6 billion for the Seahawks.
I was there the last time it happened, though, and I remember, I just remember the owners saying, like, this model does not work for us anymore, and it was about player spending. And the player spending now is at a level where are they going to are they sick of having the cash go out that's going out? And I don't know. I mean, Rodgers started to hint at it. Like it's interesting. Anyway, like the point is, I don't know that doing a deal at $55 or $60 million for a quarterback is that prohibitive to other things, like to other things happening on your roster, anymore, just because the salary cap is in such an unbelievable place, And part of it too is going to be like new ownership coming in, and where new ownership stands on all of this. But I would say if I'm the Seahawks, I try to do another 3-year deal at a much higher number. You accept that it's going to be a much higher number, and then you just sort of that puts you in a good spot where it's the Alex Smith in Kansas City spot, where I don't know that Andy Reid ever said, like, Alex Smith is going to be the only quarterback I ever have in Kansas City. I don't think that was ever his mindset. But Alex Smith gave them a chance to compete on a year-to-year basis, and they were never forced into a spot where they had to push the envelope to get a quarterback that maybe they were 80% of the way there on that they didn't really love. And that gave them the runway of 5 years to look, and that's how they wind up getting Patrick Mahomes, Okay. So I think that's sort of where you go is you do a deal with Darnold that makes sense for him, that's relatively short term. And, as he goes into his 30s, you keep looking for the guy who's eventually going to succeed.
Okay, I got one more item on your notepad, Bert. We have Fleury, we have Price, we have the secondary, we have Sam. How about owner? How much are you going to dig into conversations today to try to figure out what this new ownership group means short term and long term?
I think it's fascinating. Bill Parcells used to tell his assistant coaches, make sure you know the owner that you're going to work for, because it's the one thing that you can't change. It's the one thing in the organization a coach, a GM cannot go in there and change. And so, this is something that's obviously out of the control of John Schneider and Mike McDonald. And I do think one thing that's interesting about the Allen family is they're one of the few where the resources truly were unlimited. Like there wasn't anything that they could spend on the football team where it was going to be like, no, it doesn't make sense for me. And there are very few owners like that. I'd say the Waltons now in Denver, like you see the way they're spending, and they just put up a new practice facility even though they didn't really need one. Steve Ballmer, with the Clippers, builds that new arena across the street from SoFi. So I think that it's going from that to a family that's, of course, fabulously wealthy, but like maybe isn't quite that, is going to be interesting in their appetite for pouring into the team. Now, I would say the good news here, the guy who I think is going to run the team is Neil. And I don't know how much you guys know about him, but he interned in football operations for the Niners, which tells me he has a very real interest in it. So this isn't just an investment for the family. And he was the point of contact for the family with the Niners when they bought whatever it was, 3.1% of the team last year. Neil was the guy who was the primary point of contact for the family with the Niners. So, I think he's going to be the key. And, again, I think, where you're at on the owner and everything else, because I think we all have to have our radar up for this stuff now. These teams have become such great investments that it has attracted an element of owner that's not in it for the sports, that's in it for, and that's why you see private equity getting involved. There are people now that are part of buying these teams that are in it for the investment, not the sports, right? So I think every fan has to have their radar up for that now. I think the good news is when you look at this family, the Koslaw family, you do have Neil there who has shown passion for the sport, which, I think is ultimately what you want as a fan, is you want an owner who is in it with you and is riding the ups and downs with you and wants to win as badly as you do.
It is a big change. It will be interesting. I like that the family is in venture capital. That venture capital, as opposed to private equity, is all about building things and giving people the resources. Exactly, as opposed to purchasing and strip mining them for resources to build a profit and take off. Yeah. So I love that. Private equity is a small percentage share. All right, it's going to happen now in the NFL because they need the money.
The prices are outrageous.
But man, the prices are outrageous.
Yeah,
$9.6 billion.
It's gotten harder for them to find people who have the cash on hand to do it, because the rule is that the prize, you have to designate a controlling owner, and that controlling owner has to buy at least 30% of the team. That's a lot of cash. I don't care. You can read all you want about the net worth of these guys. That does not mean, when you see a net worth assigned to a guy, that does not mean that guy has that cash on hand.
So, but they still need to put in $3 billion.
They have to put in, They have to come
cash.
They have to put up with that,
Now that's not money they can borrow.
Well, it's fine. There's some financing involved, but it's still hard to come up with that number. $3
billion. Do you think you could come up with $3 billion, Brock? You could sell off probably one of the wings of your house there.
Sure.
You come up with at least a third of that, I would think.
My garden, some of the land that I own in South Dakota with Greg.
Yeah, some of the rabbits maybe come with that.
Do we have time to play that one quote from Julian?
Yes, real quick.
And I would like to do this and just put this in Bert's ear as he heads down to camp today, because Bert, I think this is pretty unique. Maybe you don't. Maybe you see this everywhere.
No, this is cool. This is Julian Love, who's awesome, just a really bright dude. Was asked about Mike and sort of a speech before each team meeting or before each practice. So here's what he said.
Yeah, pretty much, more or less. What Mike does that's cool is somebody else speaks each day. You'll hear assistant coach that I might not know, might be new to the team, I have not heard from before, the team hasn't heard from before. CP Partridge spoke yesterday. It was cool, and so we do that. That's a big thing at camp. Everyone has kind of a theme, a message, brings their own flavor and style to it, and so by the end of camp, you hear from everyone in the building. You know who each other is. You know who's going to bat for you, and so it's pretty cool.
I'm curious, as you tour all the camps you get to do here, Bert, over the next month or so or 3 weeks, how many organizations do that? How many head coaches empower all of their staff in the way that John and Mike do here?
That's pretty cool. I hadn't heard that. So that's pretty cool. I know what you do see more of is, and I think this is an interesting thing Vrabel did in New England last year, is get to know the lunch lady. You know what I mean? Get to know the trainer. Address this person by name. Address that person by name. So I do think that exists. But I think that's great. I hadn't heard that quote before, and the fact that Mike is putting other people in front of the team, I think it does a couple things. It's good on the job training for the individuals that get to do it, to be able to be in that position. But it's also a way of showing respect for the people that are doing the work, and I think it can create a really good environment. And it's clear that Mike's created a really good environment, and I think taking a lot of the things that he learned from John and Jim Harbaugh, and you see it with the on the field coaching and like how the longer practices and we're going to fix it out on the grass, not back in the room, in the film room, like that sort of stuff. That's very Harbaugh. But you also hear like the music blasting in the meeting room, which is Pete. You know what I mean? Like, so I think he's done a nice job of making it his own thing, and that would be another example.
The last part I would just say on that is it's also bringing people together.
Yeah.
And that seems to be such a message of everything he's doing. And if you're going to be 70, 80, 90 strong, add in the coaching staff to that, truly be a team where everybody gets to know each other, and that means the defensive back understands who the wide receiver coach is or whatever. That's pretty cool. All right. Absolutely. Hey. You got to go enjoy practice today. Enjoy your time here in Seattle. It's great to have you here. It's our yearly visit each time you come out here. And then you'll see the Cardinals and the Rams. And
Cardinals, Niners. So the next I have the first 9 scheduled. So it's Seahawks, Cardinals, Niners, Cowboys, Rams, Chargers, Raiders. Broncos, Chiefs.
All right. You're going to be visiting Kyle Shanahan wherever he's holed up somewhere?
Yeah, I'll see him day after tomorrow.
All right. Sounds good. Yeah. Bert, appreciate it, buddy.
All right.
Good
Thanks,
stuff
guys.
as always. Monday morning quarterback, and just read everything Bert writes. It's the best, Brock. He's the one national guy who actually pays a little attention to us here in Seattle. It's true. And I say this all the time.
I do feel vindicated for saying the team had a high ceiling.
I usually say all the nice things about Bert after he's gone. I'll say them now. I have known him since he was working at the Metro West Daily News, and I don't know a single person in this business that works harder. I don't know one person that has earned their way up the ladder by working harder all the time than Bert Breer has. So congratulations to doing everything you've accomplished.
If Craig Larson could see us now.
If only Craig Larson were here to see it. That's right. All right. See you, buddy. We'll be right back with everything you need to know next.
Seattle Sports, home of Wyman and Bob.
Cole Young, I mean, he just comes up clutch.
Afternoons 2 to 7.
Game's on the line. Say you're tired. 2 outs. Who do you want up at the plate right now? At this very moment after 100 games, who do you trust the most up there? For a young guy in his first full season, he's had some big moments already.
Cole Young's only 22, so it's really exciting for the future.
And by the way, the only player on this roster to play every single game.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, Brock Ewart here for my friends down the road at People Come First Construction Group. You know I love my acronyms, and I love PCF. They designed and built our outdoor living space for Molly and I some years ago, and we simply loved it. And right now, PCF, People Come First, is making it easier than ever to get your project started on your new dream deck with 50% off your custom professional design and architectural drawing package. What does that mean? Well, that means you can save over $9,000 on your project. And with 12 months, no interest, no payment financing, you can design your deck now and pay later. Most people who start with that design package like we did, you end up with the exact outdoor space you've always wanted and dreamed of. This offer is your first step. Do what we did and get a hold of PCF Construction Group today. Get your project ideas, browse their amazing photos, and find all the offer details at pcfgroup.com. That's pcfgroup.com.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a social media manager.
Did you just post our Q4 earnings to your personal social media?
Oh yeah, used the trending audio and everything.
That's confidential financial data.
Relax. It only went a little viral.
The SEC just commented with the eyeball watching emoji.
This is the job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
How would you like to invest in the Seattle real estate market, one of the hottest and most stable regions in the country, and achieve a great rate of return on your investment without the effort of sourcing a deal, the expense and time of building permits, or all the hassles that come with being a landlord? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with zero investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Invest in the stability and ease of Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund. Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
When it comes to my policy, Farmers gives it to me straight, so there's no surprises.
It's your coverage. You should never be confused.
You hear that? An insurance provider with a conscience.
We're a choir, but yes, we have that too.
Straightforward coverage you can literally understand. That's what you get when
you have Farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Learn more at farmers.com. Underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or Affiliate. Products not available in every state.
Compassion. Communication. Results. That's Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com. That's pendergastlaw.com.
As a fitness coach, my active psoriatic arthritis can slow me down. With Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, I'm treating my skin and joint symptoms so I can keep moving. Skyrizi, a prescription-only injection for adults, helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And for those who have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible. With Skyrizi, there's no daily dosing. It's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain. DayandNight.net. Slow drain? Backed up toilet? Call Day and Night to save $100 off any drain cleaning.
Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating.
From a slow drain to a major backup, no drain is too big or too small. Whether we're your first choice or smart second opinion, I guarantee our experts will solve any drain problem, day or night.
Now get $100 off any drain cleaning.
DayandNight.net.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. For the Puget Sound, that means local service including burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and custom security designed to work with business operations. Bay Alarm has real people rooted in your community looking out for your business. After 8 decades and 3 generations of family ownership, our promise is still the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, we'll go real quick and probably give the Seahawks short shrift here since we just spent the last hour talking about them with Breer. But no real major news at training camp, which is really a good thing, right? It's just been business as usual, and that is probably the word for it. When you're there, Brock, it just feels like a team conducting its business. And Mike McDonald loving it. Great to be back.
Pretty great, huh? Pretty great first day. Awesome to be back. Guys are in great spirits. Very just excited that we're back rolling. You know, a lot of credit goes out to our folks. You know, throughout our building, all of our support crew, our performance crew, all the business side people for creating such a great atmosphere. And I know it really contributes to having a great practice. So.
Well, I'm pumped to be out there. We'll be out there Thursday morning practice for those guys.
Coach going to join us?
Yep, going to try to get a chance to see them maybe Wednesday for me with my own eyes as well. And obviously Bump Stacy, Wyman Bob start to get embedded down there. And what was their saying last year that kind of caught fire? Loose but focused? Isn't that kind of what you felt yesterday?
Yeah, I think that's right.
It's not loud. It's not noisy. It's not entertainment factor. It's not some of the things of the past. It's a bit loose, but then when it's work time, and it's go time.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
It was definitely go time yesterday for the Mariners. Thankfully, Dom Canzone got the message.
The 2-0. Swung on and destroyed. It is high. It is deep. It is gone. Dom Canzone, 3-run home run, and the Mariners Mariners have the lead. It is 4-3 in the 7th inning.
Yeah, they need that.
Man, that's back-to-back weekends where it looked bleak.
Yes.
The Saturday of that homestand, shut out the night before, shut out through 15 innings, and then it was Cole Young that delivered the blow. And then it's Friday, Saturday, blown out, shut out, one run again through 5. It's just bleak.
Yep.
It's just feeble and bleak. And then Dom to the rescue. And as far as the pendulum swinging, instead of being 3.5 back, third place, everything else this morning, just a game and a half back. You can even the series be half a game back. They go to Tampa, be in Texas. You go to L.A. That was a mighty, mighty big
Yeah, you can
swing.
take a little breath, but you got to win today. I mean, it doesn't really matter unless you win today. You got to kind of back that up, right? It's like, have you heard of the idea of the reverse mulligan? Do you know about the reverse mulligan?
No.
Do you know what a mulligan is in golf, right? Obviously,
yeah,
hey, I screwed that up. Let me have it again. You get a free shot. It's not like a real thing, but okay, mulligan. A reverse mulligan is you're playing with your buddy and he hits a 210-yard 5-iron to within 10 feet, and you're like, reverse mulligan. Let's see you do it again. It's awesome, right? Like once around, you pull out the reverse mulligan. Like, I don't think you can do that again.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
It's almost like that. Boy, you look good. You better back the thing up.
It is just like
boy,
that.
You hit that good. You better back the
Definitely
thing
not boy, but sure. Anyway, yeah, reverse mulligan. Back it up today. Back it up today. Or it doesn't have quite as much meaning. It'll be George Kirby and Kumar Rocker, 11:35 first pitch.
Tom, you look.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Could you please make him stop? Please make him stop singing Juvenile in a bastardized
Boy, you look
version.
good. You better back the thing.
Oh my God.
up.
You know what? We're done. That's
like
everything you need to know.
A
I
pop
got nothing.
version?
It's bad. It's just bad. It's like a pop Brock admiring dudes version. Like
sure,
all of it is
whatever.
bad. It's just bad. It's just very bad.
I do want to workshop.
Avery, big question that you could have answered maybe yesterday.
Okay. All right. Yes.
What she was wanting to know what was with the guys wearing sweatpant capris.
Right.
She's like, what's with the capri sweatpant?
Yeah, just
look?
guys trying to wear different looks. I don't
Jake
know.
Bobo was going like cut
yeah.
capri sweatpants.
Yeah.
Derek Hall was back to the short shorts.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't in minicamp.
As he should.
Full pants.
As he should.
That's
Let those legs breathe.
When you listen to the 1970s hard knock training camps, what was that big voice guy? Who would welcome the winds of the fall. And training camp begins.
I just saw his
John Facenda.
John Facenda.
Yeah.
Yep.
Those guys, like in the 70s, that was like the 70s look. Cut off the sweats. Instead of the full gray sweats, you kind of cut them off at the knees or whatever.
I don't know.
It's kind of trying
Avery was
to
not
bring
a fan.
old school. No,
She was not a fan. All right, yes, a beginnings of a new Mariner conversation at 9:45. First, though, we're going through every Seahawks game from last year, and you know what? They're almost all super fun from here on out, including this one next.
Stick around for Bump and Stacy.
Trademark pending. That's right.
Coming up next at 10.
I feel like I've solved a crime.
You did.
Wow.
Your defense, slaying like trash, allowed the Seahawks to claw their way back into the game.
When I read about it and I start to break it down, it's about your overall team. And I think that's the way people have to look at it. Because there was nothing offensively that felt dominant.
Bump and Stacy next at 10 on Seattle Sports.
Law Tigers was born from a passion for the open road. Over 25 years ago, they saw a community that has each other's backs. Hey, it's Bob Stelton here, and I've been riding for quite a while now, and I tell you, it's nice to know these guys are in my corner if I ever need them. Law Tigers was built by riders for riders, protecting what matters most, your freedom, your family, and the ride. They're here 24/7, 365 days a year because riders deserve real support whenever they need it. Your case evaluation is always free, and there are no fees until your case settles. They're going to help you get your bike and your gear repaired or replaced because they know how much those things mean to you. So if you're injured in a motorcycle accident, give them a call, 1-800-LAW-TIGERS, or visit lawtigers.com. Again, that's 1-800-LAW-TIGERS, because every ride you take, your freedom could be on the line. With Law Tigers, you never ride alone. Law Tigers, Washington's motorcycle lawyers. Cook Law Office, PLLC, 539 Broadway, Unit 104, Tacoma, Washington, 98402.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Bigger food needs call for even bigger savings. Get more at Chef Store for your restaurant, food truck, or event with warehouse savings on food service essentials and grilling favorites. Plus, we're open to the public, no membership required. Visit Chef Store today.
When your equipment is down, every minute counts. Levitt Machinery has the parts, technicians, and expertise to get you back up and running fast. Because if it's forked, we fix it. LevittMachinery.com. Need a lift? Stack it, reach it, lift it, Levitt.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy. With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Worried about tariffs, imports, hidden fees on your trees? Relax. At Big Trees, the only thing growing faster than our trees is your relief, because trees don't come with tariffs. What you will find is a massive nursery open to the public with hundreds of locally grown trees ready for planting. Come visit our nursery today or online at bigtreesupply.com. That's bigtreesupply.com.
Mariners and Rangers this morning in Texas. First pitch 11:35, pregame 10:30. Every pitch, every game, one app for free. The Seattle Sports app.
Progressive knows it ain't easy navigating the open plains of home insurance, but there is one man who can help tame that wild herd of options. The Home Quote Explorer.
Note, Progressive's Home Quote Explorer is not a real person, but an online tool that lets you compare home insurance.
He's the type of fella who helps you decide on the right insurance, even if it ain't with him.
Again, not a person, just an online tool that helps you find great home coverage.
A real pioneer.
Okay, fine. Just do the thing. Yeah! Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
This summer, there are 250 reasons to join T-Mobile.
Girls trip? Booked. And switching to T-Mobile helped make it happen.
With Experience Beyond, switch and get $100 back. Plus, $650 in value in built-in plan benefits. That's $750 in your first year, guaranteed.
And honestly, that $100 back, I'm putting it towards the zip line.
Now that's how you do summer.
Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
This is just one reason to join T-Mobile this summer. There are 250 reasons. Find yours.
Savings based on the value of benefits included with Experience Beyond, like entertainment and 1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible ported, no cash access, and expires in 6 months. Issued by Sunrise Banks and a member FDIC. Allow 8 weeks.
This hour is brought to you by Davis Law Group. From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
I think I'd mentioned I really am enjoying this exercise of going through each of the games from last year's Seahawks season. We covered the first 5 weeks last week, and on to game 6, week 6 today. The fun thing is there were 2 losses last week, so there's only 1 more to come, which is really amazing. They finished the year 14-1. I mean, really remarkable way. So after the Bucs loss, Brock, they went out on the road to Jacksonville, probably the most forgettable game of the season, to be honest. This was
really?
kind of boring.
I didn't.
Going back
I
and
didn't
watching
feel that.
Going back and rewatching it, of all the games, this is one that was like, oh yeah, there was that one. It was fine. I guess how I would first of all, they won 20-12. The running game was bad. The passing game was good. JSN was great. The defense was exceptional. That was my big takeaway in going back. Running game really struggled. They weren't able to get much of anything going in the run game throughout the entirety. Passing game was good. Sam threw for nearly 300 yards. JSN had like 140-something. He was just awesome and burning guys for touchdowns. I mean, he was just great. But this game was all about the defense. It was 7 sacks. 7 sacks of Trevor Lawrence.
2nd down and 9 out of the shotgun. ATN stays in the backfield. Here comes the rush again and again. Trevor Lawrence gets hit, gets bent, goes down, gets smashed. Holy catfish. DeMarcus Lawrence was there, but so was Chenna. Somebody got out of bed angry this morning because they're taking it out on Trevor Lawrence.
It wasn't just one person. It was everybody. Byron Murphy had 2 sacks. DeMarcus Lawrence was everywhere.
Lawrence from the shotgun has a tight slot right side. Lawrence drops back. Gets hit, goes down. It's Chenna as well as D. Lawrence. They hit him as he stepped up in the pocket, and they just knocked the loose change out of his pockets as he goes down at the 25. They are not going to try it on 4th down. At 4th and 19, the Seahawks defense does it again.
Man, they were just dominant, man. They just harassed Trevor Lawrence the entirety of that game.
It was such a response in a couple ways. Number one, you became Saxonville. Like, you went down there, and it wasn't 1 or 2, as you said. It was 7 sacks on Trevor Lawrence.
And 7 tackles for a loss, by the way.
Number 2,
7 more TFLs to go with the 7
responding
sacks.
after an embarrassing loss the week before to Tampa, giving up 38 points, and Baker just shredding you and having nearly a perfect QB rating and just having the time of his life against you. You went all the way to Jacksonville, Salk, and played with that kind of fervor and venom defensively. Number 3, you were 3-2 going into that. This is a little kind of one of those watershed moments.
Swing game.
They were 4-1. They had gone to Kansas City on Monday Night Football, and Trevor Lawrence delivered and had a scramble late in that game to beat Patrick Mahomes.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Yes, and it was like, oh, my, is Trevor taking that step? Oh, my. Haley Heward, oh my, does he have now Liam Cohen and just kind of instilled just a new confidence in Trevor and getting the most out of him? And has he turned a corner, and has he become one of those guys like Josh Allen, like Mahomes? He just slayed Mahomes in his building to get to 4-1.
And Kobe Bryant
you just shut up a lot of that conversation.
And Kobe Bryant had a big part of that. He had been challenged the week before and stepped up. There were some other things that kind of came out of rewatching this. Nicky Manwari was back and led the team with 9 tackles. Drake Thomas had really seized the job, middle linebacker, 9 tackles. Ernest Jones doing his thing is 8 tackles. There were 2 guys in this game tied with 7 tackles apiece, okay? For next on this list.
Okay.
One was Kobe Bryant. Who was the other?
Felt like they checked it down a lot. Is it Josh Jobe?
No.
Who was it?
Oh, it was Shaquille Griffin. Did you remember that he was on the team last year for longer, like at all? I knew that he got I remembered he'd been on the practice squad and kind of up. Did you remember that he had a game with 7 tackles?
No.
What?
I do remember them having to check it down a ton. So it was going to be one of those DBs that was just going to make some of those tackles.
Yeah, but I'm sure you
mistakes.
remember that Shaquille Griffin, of course, had come back, and last year in Jacksonville had a pretty decent. Now, I guess if a corner has 7 tackles, maybe that's somewhat problematic because they're throwing in front of him. But yeah, Shaquille Griffin had like a big part of that game.
Remind me, didn't JSN have a couple deep balls?
He did have an awesome deep ball, but the one he had a great touchdown to JSN. Actually, the best deep ball of the game, maybe not the one to JSN, but the one to ice the game, and it's another guy that we've spent a lot of time talking about.
Darnold under center. Darnold's going to roll left, has time, looks, steps up, throws back, wide open Barner, makes the catch 40, 30, cuts back inside 25, 20, cuts back outside, look out, Barner goes down at the 12-yard line. Are you kidding me? Everybody rolls left. Barner, A.J. Barner, goes back to the right side, and I mean he was open all day for a 61-yarder. Kubiak has pulled out of his bag of tricks a big play right when he needs it. A 61-yard touchdown earlier, and this time the big play, 61 to Barner, and the Seahawks are at the very least in field goal range, and that might just demoralize the Jacksonville defense. What a call and what a play.
Let me take this three-way, Salk. Number one, you hear the, oh my, at the end, because that ball is a little loose. And Jacksonville guys were chasing him down, and it was like, don't fumble, don't fumble, don't fumble. So that was number one. Number two, that should be an absolute, coach's tape of what DJ said to us last week of what Kubiak did well.
Yep.
Teaching tape. Pick your spots. Pick your spots. Play the hand, play the card, play the call when the timing is appropriate. And he held that. And he held on to that. And Jacksonville had made some stops in the run game, and he had to punt the ball, and the defense kept having to do their thing. But he finally called it. He'd been sitting on that to call it. And then lastly, in number three, that was very similar to what play and what game to ice that game as well. That call.
I don't remember any of these. That's why I'm going through this.
Well, it was only the Super Bowl. So, yeah, it was only the Super Bowl where A.J. Barner basically ran the same concept. It was a boot, and it's a crossing route, like we call it, get in the game when you're the tight end on that side away, to the play fake, and you're coming across the field. And 99 out of 100 times, right, you're just running the get in the game, just the over route to get in the game. So QB's looking 1-2, over route, scramble. And instead, it's like, no, we're going to fake that over route, and then you can plant your foot, and you're going to go back to the corner. And all the flow and all the safeties and all the attention is going because, again, 99 out of 100 times, that's the concept. But you don't throw it all the way back across your body unless you call it, you set it up. And very similar to the Super Bowl to ice it against New England, and he waited on that call. He waited on that one and delivered it.
Well, we asked Mike about that thought process behind it.
We're trying to close the game out. It's really that simple. So I feel like we've had this mentality. Sometimes maybe we could be a little bit more aggressive, and I think the game kind of has to speak to you on that. But the general philosophy is we're trying to go win the game. So we felt like that was a heck of a play call. That was great design. Sam got us in the right play and the whole thing. We're trying to go win.
And then, of course, again, coming back to what was really one of the biggest parts of this, just the defense. The defense was dominant. After giving up all of the yards, all of the points to Tampa the week before, to get after the quarterback for 7 sacks and 7 tackles for a loss.
It's everybody. It starts with our plan that we generate as coaches to give the guys a tight, clear plan, which I felt like we needed to improve on coming out of Tampa Bay, one that we can execute and do it at a high level, and the guys buying into that plan, preparing their butts off so they can go take advantage of it, play fast, and then you got to go execute. And in order to hit the quarterback, he's got to have the ball. So in order for him to have the ball, he can't have anywhere to throw. And so it takes everybody to be able to work together so the rush can come alive.
Tighten, simplify. That's 2 losses in the first 5 games, Saul.
Yeah, and the one before, Brock, remember you had the Tayokata issue, and then they played without Witherspoon. Do you think it sure feels, and I think maybe we talked about this at times last year, maybe Mike even talked about it, I don't remember, but just the idea of hey, I can't coach the team the same way if I've got Tayokata instead of Nick Emanwari or whatever. Or if I've got Shaquille Griffin instead of Devin Witherspoon.
Mike Morris instead of DeMarcus Lawrence.
Right. That doesn't mean that you can't have success with those guys, but you can't call the game exactly the same way because they're different players with different strengths and different weaknesses. Yep. And you got to figure out a way to mask the weaknesses, especially if they're not a starter, and play to the strengths. And it felt like after the Tampa game, you never really saw that problem again.
I would agree. And I would, when I listened back to that.
If you're going to go through all the depth you've got,
sure,
you better find the best way to use all the depth that you've got.
Not too different than 26 men on a baseball team and how to utilize them and in your bullpen and when you're going to do that and get to know their strengths and get to know their matchups and all that stuff. But just re-listening to that, hearing him tighten and simplify, I think that's really for that defensive front as well. Here's their protection. Here's how we're going to take it apart, but we've had too much in the plan. So let's really major in 2 or 3 different rushes, right? And let's get you guys all comfortable, empower you guys to really call those rushes as you see fit. Even Gray Zabel said that to us earlier this morning. What did he say? Leonard Williams could have 16 sacks. He could. If he was all about Leonard Williams and wanted to call his number every time and set up shop so he had every one-on-one, but he doesn't do that. He sets it up for others, for his teammates, and has a feel for the different calls they want to make and reading that offensive line and reading maybe their fatigue and reading their frustration and reading their calls. And let's take them apart. And that was the first time that defensive line, we started to feel what they eventually became.
And then we asked him, and again, I love some of the foreshadowing, like, hey, do you think there's even more in there for that defensive group?
I think we have high belief in our whole defense, and we expect to be our goal. We want to be the best. We want to be the best team in the world. I mean, that's a pretty high standard, and we expect to be the best defense in the league. That's our goal. That's our expectation. That's what we chase every day. But in order to do that, you have to be the best version of yourself. You have to be the best version of the Seahawks defense to even come close to those goals. That's what we're focused on.
How cool is that to hear?
So cool. We want to be
in
the
October.
best in the world. You did become the best
in
the
October
world.
To hear that.
At 3-2 also after that Tampa Bay loss, I remember us pretty vividly kind of looking at the schedule, right? These little snippets in the schedule and these little 2 to 3 week windows. And after that loss, looking at the next 2-3 games going, got to have them before the Rams. Right, you just kind of, this is a part of the schedule where opponent-wise, there may be some vulnerabilities or opportunities to get right, and then that one in L.A. is going to be an awfully big one looming ahead.
All right, well, there you go. That is week 6 against Jacksonville. Tomorrow we'll do the final game before the bye. They were at home against Houston, and we'll figure out what they did in that game. I don't remember that game at all. I don't have any memory of that game. I can't wait to find out what happened. I don't remember that one because then they played at Washington. I remember that. I remember the Arizona win that came after that. Then you get the Rams game, Tennessee. I remember all those.
Yep.
I don't remember the Houston game even a little bit.
It was a slog. If
Must
you
have
thought
been.
that one was kind of a slog, the Houston one
All
was
right.
a slog between ultimately two of the best defenses in the game.
Slog and a half.
Yes.
All right, well, that'll be tomorrow at 9:30. We will go through the Houston win that took place the following week before the bye. All right, fun exercise and, of course, practice going on again today. Thanks to Gray Zabel, joined us earlier, and I think we'll probably have some more guests like that at 7:30 throughout the rest of this week and next, maybe beyond. Switching gears, we get back to the Mariners. We're going to take the field here in just a couple hours. Early game, 11:35. Enormously important, as we said. Prove it. You did it yesterday. You hopefully stop the bleeding, but can you actually turn it around? Take at least 2 out of 4 here. Salvage a split in Texas before going off to L.A. It's a crucial part of this season right now for the Mariners.
It is, and this is the one actually, back to that kind of ESPN algorithm, Salk, that I laid out to you with these different road trips and they're not on paper predicted to win very many of these. And they were actually, the algorithm or their numbers or whatever said, yeah, Texas was favored in the first 3. And through 6 innings yesterday, it kind of a couple outs yesterday, it kind of felt that way. And actually today was the day with Kirby versus Kumar where you should have the pitching advantage and should go get it. It just got me thinking, we're all trying to figure out why, right? Everybody will have passing again tomorrow. And geez, it's been over 100 and some games now of why. And some of Jerry's quotes over the weekend on Saturday made me think about this a little bit. And I'm just spitballing here, right? Because it is baseball. And why are the Marlins on a 12-game losing streak and the Red Sox have a 14-game winning streak that was not? I don't know. There's no definitive why. It's always a dangerous, kind of exercise, spitballing exercise to do. But I got to thinking, like one of the challenges, and this was with Dan kind of fighting for Bobby, to stay on staff. It just got me thinking about good cop, bad cop.
Okay.
And how when you are a good cop, and Dan is the epitome of good cop. I don't think there's any argument about that. Tony Dungy was the epitome of good cop. There's no argument about that. And it just got me thinking that when you are a good cop and a really good cop. Pete Carroll was a good cop. And when you have that, there really is an importance to have the other side. Who is the other side that can come in? When I was in Indy for those years, and it was funny that Ray brought up Tom Moore on Thursday, but Tom Moore was that guy. he would cut you down, tear you apart, demean you in ways that Tony never had one chromosome in his body capable of doing that. Tony never swore in 2 years. Tom Moore couldn't go 2 sentences without doing so. I mean, it's just their wiring was that way. And I think Tony knew in his heart of hearts he couldn't have 30 Tony Dungy's on staff. And it's just hyper important. You and me, like there's some good cop, bad cop to you and I, just by our wiring.
How do you feel about being the bad cop?
Brock and Danny didn't work.
No,
it just
good
didn't
cop,
work.
Good cop.
I mean, I loved it. Great, it's just not his wiring to be cynical, not his wiring to be an opinionist, not his wiring to, hold feet to the fire, not his wiring to, to think his opinion was better than others. Like, all the great kind of characteristics you have. Like, it just doesn't. I did other shows on Sirius XM with other good cops. It's like, that's fine. Just doesn't have the same kind of chemistry, same kind of work. And I do wonder, honestly, as we move along here, Seitzer, Edgar, they're not bad cops. They're just not. Manny Acta, from what we know, and I don't know him well enough, and I don't know all the dynamics on an everyday basis. But it certainly got me thinking with this firing that they made and Dan fighting for him. Like, I don't know if there is that healthy counterbalance that most of the really good cops I've been around have had to have, if that makes any sense.
It makes a lot of sense.
Kalen DeBoer, I'll give you one more in real time.
It's a really, really good point.
I'll give you one more in real time. Kalen DeBoer, won at Fresno State, won at Washington, took them to the national title game. You know what he had in his OC, who was with the Seahawks for a year? That dude was bad cop. Kalen DeBoer, a lot like Tony Dungy, it's just not in his makeup. So he goes to Alabama. Ryan stays here, and guess what happens? Like 7-5, terrible losing season. And I actually remember even saying on a couple of shows down in Alabama, I was like, you know who they really miss? He really misses his OC. Because you go out to a Kalen DeBoer practice for those years, and I did, or anybody did, and they would tell you, like, Kalen is like the greatest dude. And then that guy is an animal, and he's tearing into guys, and he's just the other side of it. Ken Norton. Ken Norton, for those early years, for Pete Carroll, was the dog barking and doing and saying things that Pete couldn't.
It's funny. What a wonderful thought you've had, Brock, and you've got my mind kind of spinning. And thank you for doing so. I think it's a great question. Thank you, by the way, to all the text messages that came in and said, Salk, the reason you don't remember the Houston game is that it took place during Game 7. Oh, well, there you go. That makes perfect sense.
Yeah,
I probably barely watched the damn thing. No wonder I don't remember it. It was taking place during their loss to the Blue Jays in Game 7. Oh, okay. Thank you. Perfect. Now it all comes together. It's true in life, man. I mean, like that good cop, bad cop thing, you're right. It's true in the show and in radio sometimes, or in partnerships. It's true in sports. It's true in parenting.
Business,
Heather and I were having a long conversation last night about parents that are too permissive and parents that are too strict. And, how you see over time the effects of both of those things on kids. And, not crushing any specific parent or anything like that, but just like, trying to look for that balance or trying to provide levels of both. So your kid's got boundaries and accountability and all of that, but also not like looking to rebel and looking to break away from you as quickly as possible because you've been so strict that you don't give them any opportunities for independence. And it is hard. It's really hard to find that balance. As I said, we weren't crushing other parents, just like, hey, it's sometimes easier to see from the outside just some of the challenges that come from, raising your kids in different ways and passing your own mishigas on to them. And so I think you're absolutely right. You're right. Dan is the good cop. Good guy. Everybody loves him. Dan the man.
What was his walk-up song? What a man, what a man, what a man, what a mighty, mighty good man. Like
and of course you know who sings that.
Epitome, TLC. He is the epitome of that. No?
Go then Vogue, but okay, well, whatever.
Vogue, yeah. He's epitome of that, man. He doesn't have that card in his hand to play. It's just not his encodings. Again, back to that book. It's just not his wiring. So you better have somebody. And was that Jerry Saturday taking on some of that role in speaking to the media? Was that Jerry? That, hey, man, somebody has got to say it. Somebody's got to do it.
Well,
Somebody's got to hold it accountable.
I think that's the last word is the one that I would come back to. I don't know whether it's that the Mariners need a bad cop. I don't know whether that's true in baseball in today's game. I understand that you're using it pretty loosely, so that's not a critique of your comment.
It certainly isn't that State Patrol cop that texted in earlier. I love the State Patrol.
Absolutely. Who doesn't? But I think the word you're looking for there is the last one. Accountability. Mm-hmm. Who's going to hold you accountable? Right. And in this case, they're holding Bobby Magianis accountable for other people. I don't know whether that's fair or not, but I guess I understand the idea that somebody has to, somebody's got to pay. And unfortunately, he drew the short straw and he was the easiest way to get that done. I think that ends up coming off the wrong way. I don't think that ends up having the desired effect. But okay, whatever. Like, I understand you had to do something. I was the one sitting here yelling, wake up, before they did something. Yep. Ultimately, though, there's got to be a level of accountability. And for me, I would prefer it to not be for the hitting. Like, to me, yeah, all right, the offense has been bad, and you've got to be responsible and accountable to the result. But I'm so much more focused on the process and that stuff. I would rather hold players accountable when there have been mistakes.
So when Randy in the third inning yesterday doesn't run out a ground ball that he could have been safe on as the guy boots it, but he's kind of walking up to first base because it was a one hopper right to
I think
third
that's
baseman.
where I want to see accountability.
Like, you're just out of the lineup.
And you're not going to pull him in the game. Like, that to me is like a national story, right? Like, no, sit down now. Like, yeah, you get your frustration out, but that creates a national story. You're not going to go down that road. But yeah, maybe you're going to sit out tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Like, maybe you're going to sit for 2 days. Like, you can't do that. There has to be a level of accountability for effort, for paying attention, for focus, for concentration, for the things that are within your control. And I would have preferred before, again, I'm not saying they were in the wrong firing Magianis. I understand the thought process behind it. For me, if I were in charge, I would prefer to see accountability for mistakes, for actual lack of focus, as opposed to for the more
performative.
No, it's not the direction I was going to go. I was saying more almost the more vague idea of not hitting. Well, why aren't you hitting? Hitting is hard, like all that stuff. Like, it's a results thing. Yep. Let's start with some accountability for the process. Then you can get into the accountability for the results.
Yeah.
That's how I would have kind of preferred it to go. But I think you're asking the right question here.
Yeah. And I think they would say, hey, listen, man, Cole's leading off. Cal's hitting sixth. Like, we're trying. Dom's hitting third. I mean, we're trying to do some of that. Is the lineup out today, by the way? Is that what you were squinting at?
For the record, somebody trying to criticize me, saying it was Salt and Peppa. It was, but featuring In Vogue.
Oh, thank you.
I mean, it's both of them together.
It was Salt and Pepper.
So,
not Salt and Pepper.
Salt and Pepper featuring In Vogue.
Thank
All
you.
right. I mean,
thanks, Text Toy.
In Vogue played a pretty big role.
The beautiful thing
more than
is that,
TLC did.
The beautiful thing is that Text Toy, that's both good cop, bad cop, and accountable cop.
Salk, tell us your findings about those parents. Scares the hell out of me raising my kids, making sure I'm doing it right. Just look for a balance. Hold them accountable.
Sure.
But don't,
Oh, it's easy.
Bury them.
Parenting's easy, so.
We got to get out of here. Jeff Passan tomorrow. We got Mike McDonald on Thursday. We're going to have another Seahawks player tomorrow. Couple gets so much to do. I hope the Mariners win today. It'll be so much more interesting if they do.
So much more fun.
All right, let's turn things over to Bump and Stacy. Quick show, and then Mariner pregame show at 10:30. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. in the Hay
Barn.
See everybody.
Get to the chopper!
Stick around for Bump and Stacy.
Trademark pending. That's right.
Coming up next at 10.
I feel like I'd solved a crime.
You did.
Wow.
Your defense, playing like trash, allowed the Seahawks to claw their way back into the game.
When I read about it and I start to break it down, it's about your overall team. And I think that's the way people have to look at it, because there was nothing offensively that felt dominant.
Bump and Stacy, next at 10 on Seattle Sports.
What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years, guaranteed? Well, thanks to Xfinity, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through August 24th, get their best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats and finds and fixes issues before you even notice them. No annual contracts or commitments, no hidden fees, and the best equipment included. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber, coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Ready to relax, unwind, and feel your best? The Spa Warehouse Summer Savings Expo is on now. Enjoy big savings on in-stock hot tubs and swim spas. Hot tubs start as low as $3,999 with savings up to $3,000 on select models. Score incredible deals on in-stock swim spas. Save up to $7,700. Plus, interest-free financing through 2028 on approved credit. The expo ends this Friday. Don't delay. Your best life starts at the Spa Warehouse.
Your old water heater's starting to peter.
DayandNight.net.
Day and Night has $150 off installation of any new water heater, including tankless, backed by a free lifetime warranty.
Hi, I'm Bruce. When your old water heater leaks or fails, the damage could be catastrophic. Whether you need an emergency replacement or you're planning ahead before it leaks, give us a call and we'll help you get into hot water again.
Get $150 off installation of any new water heater.
DayandNight.net.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
This summer, there are 250 reasons to join T-Mobile.
Girls trip? Booked. And switching to T-Mobile helped make it happen.
With Experience Beyond, switch and get $100 back. Plus, $650 in value in built-in plan benefits. That's $750 in your first year, guaranteed.
And honestly, that $100 back, I'm putting it towards the zip line.
Now that's how you do summer.
Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
This is just one reason to join T-Mobile this summer. There are 250 reasons. Find yours.
Savings based on the value of benefits included with Experience Beyond, like entertainment and 1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on Us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible ported, no cash access